And we are live.
Thank you, Carly. Good evening, everybody. I'm acting as chair tonight. I will call to order this meeting. This is the Historic Districts Review Board for Tuesday, April 12th, 2022. Melissa, may we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair Rios. Excused, I understand, and Vice Chair Katz as well. Member Beachide?
Here.
Member Bienvenue? You're muted, Member Bienvenue.
Sorry, here.
Thank you. Member Guida?
Here.
Member Larson?
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Melissa. Are there any changes to the agenda for tonight?
No, Chair.
May I have a motion?
I move to approve tonight's agenda. Member Beachide.
Second, please.
Member Bienvenue seconds.
Melissa, roll call vote.
Member Beachide?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
And Chair Guida?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
Thank you. We have two sets of minutes tonight. Are there any changes to the first set of minutes from March 15th, 2022?
Oh.
Did you have corrections?
Yes, I did actually. Thank you, Chair Guida. March 15, 2022, on page 15, in the middle of the page, states Member Bienvenue said his motion will approve with no exceptions necessary, but have an alternative if exceptions are necessary, comma, and then it says they must be met, change must be met to they have been met. And on page 22, under vote, it states the motion passed by unanimous 5-0 roll call vote. That should be changed to strike unanimous, change 5-0 to 4-1. Strike the word bienvenue after members. Strike the word none voting against, and replace with bienvenue voting against, with the comment that he would have approved the application without the added conditions. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or corrections on March 15th minutes? Let's move on to March 22nd minutes. Any corrections? Okay. Can we have a motion, please?
Beachide will move to approve the minutes from March 15th.
Larson will second.
Thank you. Melissa, roll call vote?
Yes. Member Beachide?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
And Chair Guida?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Next item is approval of findings of fact and conclusions of law. We have 6 tonight. Are there any changes to those?
Sorry, Chair Guida, I don't believe, my motion was for just the minutes of March 15th. I think we need another motion for March 22nd.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I have a question before I wasn't at that meeting, so I usually abstain, but can I vote on these if I wasn't there in order to approve them tonight with our limited quorum?
So I think probably better to just do separate motions to allow you to abstain, but do we have an issue with passing? There's 4 of us voting, we have a quorum, so I don't think there's an issue.
Okay.
Yeah. That's my understanding as well.
Okay. So to be clear, the motion was for the approval of the minutes from March 15th as amended.
Right.
May I have a motion for, and just once again, I'll open it up. Were there any corrections to March 22nd minutes? So may I have a motion for that one for approval of those?
Invenda moves to approve.
Larson
March
seconds.
22nd.
Melissa, roll call vote?
Yes, member Beachai.
Abstain.
Okay, member Bienvenue,
Yes.
member Larson,
Yes.
and Chair Guida.
Yes.
Okay, so that makes it a 3 to pass. Is that okay, Mr. Rubelit? Or do we need 4 to pass the motion?
Let me read a resolution that was passed by the governing body in 2009. All right, I think the answer is that majority of persons voting at the board meeting pass.
Okay.
This is resolution number 2009-20. Article 2 voting, section 2 reads subsection B. A majority of the members shall constitute a quorum. So I believe we have a quorum tonight. B, each member excluding the chairman shall have 1 vote. The chairman may vote only in the case of a tie or when his or her vote will provide the necessary number of votes required by law for taking action on an issue before the committee. When a quorum is present at any meeting, the vote of a majority of members present shall decide any questions brought before such a meeting, except when extraordinary majorities are required as determined by Robert's Rules of Order. There's a section D about telephone polls, which I don't think is applicable. So as I read these rules, we have a quorum present tonight because we have 4 members. A 3-to-1 vote will pass I think a 2-to-1 vote will pass because when a quorum is present, the vote of a majority of members shall decide any questions. The board chair cannot vote to create a tie. So therefore, if 3 members vote and 2 vote yes and 1 vote no, the motion passes. If 2 vote no and 1 votes yes, the motion fails. And the chair can't jump in and vote to create a tie. Does anybody have a different understanding?
Yes.
No, I think,
Were we saying that I need to vote to establish a quorum?
No. What it reads is when a quorum is present, the answer to that is yes. At any meeting, the vote of a majority of members present shall decide any questions brought before such a meeting. So there are 4 members present. If the chair can't vote, 3 members can vote, and 2 of them vote yes, the motion passes. If 2 of them vote no, the motion fails. The chair cannot vote to create a tie. The
So,
chairman
okay,
may vote.
I thought this was decided before tonight's meeting. So I'm not voting tonight.
That's the way I read the rule. The chairman may vote only in the case of a tie or when his or her vote will provide the necessary number of votes required by law for taking action on an issue before the committee. Now, as I understand, what the law provides in this resolution is the majority of members, when a quorum is present, the vote of a majority of members present shall decide any questions brought before such a meeting. You know, unless you read that to require a 3 yes vote, you know, it reads a majority of the members present, but if the chair can't vote, there are 3 members voting. I believe 2 of them voting yes will pass the motion. 2 of them voting no will defeat the motion. And so, Mr. Guida, do you have a different reading of that, or?
No, I thought that this was decided beforehand. Let's proceed.
Okay, and I probably should have analyzed this a little bit beforehand, but I do think that the number of members that can vote tonight are 3. And, if the vote is 2-1, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from board members?
Okay, therefore that motion has been approved.
I think
Thank
we've done
you.
it differently in the past, but maybe with a different interpretation.
Let's proceed. Item D, approval of findings of fact and conclusions of law. We have 6. Are there any changes to these tonight? I will entertain a motion.
Bienvenue moves
Larson.
to approve all findings of fact and conclusions of law as submitted.
Thank you.
Larson
Sorry.
seconds.
Sorry,
Thank you.
Member Larson, for
Oh,
stepping
it's
up.
okay. No problem.
May we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Member Beachite,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Next is matters from the public. Anyone from the public wishing to speak? There's a 2-minute limit for public comment. Stephanie Beninato.
Thank you. Stephanie Beninato. I didn't get to
We'll
speak.
have to swear you in, Stephanie.
Oh, I thought public comments, I didn't need to be sworn in.
Okay,
That's
Melissa,
correct. For public comments, you don't.
Okay.
Under this part, you don't.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. So I was supposed to be able to speak last week and then I didn't, and Ms. Rios promised at the end, but she forgot. So I really want to point out that I was shocked actually that you had 3 lawyers sitting in this meeting and none of them told Ms. Rios that bias or conflict of interest, appearance of potential, really required her to leave the meeting at the beginning of the discussion. And that one about her childhood friends, I don't know if they were on a Sequia Madre, I believe they were on a Sequia Madre right around from Miss Rios's house. I'm happy that they're keeping the house, but they are, I have a feeling that that was really a contributing building because you all kind of smoothed over the fact that there was a portal there, but I'm sure they didn't take 28 years to build the portal. And so your staff recommended 3 sides for primary. The family was happy with 2, but you only voted for 1. So here's a very intact structure that is only being preserved partially. And I think a lot of it had to do with the whole conversation about OCC and this and all the past memories. And it really seemed very biased. And then the other thing I'm going to say is that I think you need to be consistent in your procedure. And I remember that the chair does not vote, even when there's a small quorum like this, the chair only votes in a tie. And if you're going to postpone something at last meeting, you postponed one without any discussion, without even the applicant being able to say anything. And then at the second one, the applicant could go on and on and on and on. And then you still postponed it. But usually when you open it up for the applicant to talk about postponement, then you also open it for public comment about the postponement. And so again, I'm just urging you to figure out what you want to do and then be consistent about it. Thank you.
thank you. Any other public comment? Moving on to staff communications. Any communications from staff?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we do tonight. Just a little reminder, the 2022 Santa Fe Heritage Preservation Awards. The applications are due this week. Please get them in, visit the website. The deadline is this week. We'd love to see, in 2 days, we'd love to see a lot of applications, and we'd really love to honor the work that is being done in the historic districts. Secondly, we have a lot of cases on the agenda tonight, and so this is just a message for our staff and for our applicants. We typically give instructions out in advance. and those usually include to please be concise. We have 15 cases tonight. We want to really make sure everyone's issue gets to and really gets heard in a way that it deserves. And then thirdly, there are discussions happening about in-person meetings. We are early in those logistics, but please stay tuned. That's as much as we can discuss tonight on that matter. So,
Thank you, Carly. I will be tonight holding applicant presentations to 5 minutes and public comments to 2. And Carly, if you would help me keep time, I'd appreciate that. Okay, now we're going to move on to our hearing. We have 15 cases tonight, 4 under old business and 11 under new business. I'll note to applicants, if you disagree with the decisions of this board, you have the option to appeal. Appeals can be made after the findings of fact and conclusions of law are approved within 15 days of that approval.
Chair,
Okay. Yes.
Chair Guida, if I could just briefly comment with respect to Ms. Benenato's concern. She brought that up at the discussion at the vote where Chair Rios presided over a proceeding where Ms. Benenato thought she had a conflict of interest. And we did look that up, and I did discuss it with the city attorney, Ms. Erin McSherry. And the definition of a conflict of interest in the Santa Fe City Code is found at section 1-7.5. And it reads, a conflict of interest means a specific and identifiable prospect of a pecuniary gain or loss other than a gain or loss that is de minimis in amount or shared with a substantial segment of the general public to any of the individuals or entities here listed from an official act of any public official or employee. And in the listing, one of the items is a public official or public employee who is to perform the official act. We don't have any question that Chair Rios was acting in an official capacity and was carrying out an official act by presiding over the H board meeting where this particular project was presented. But what our agreement was that Chair Rios did not have an identifiable prospect of a pecuniary gain or loss. A pecuniary gain or loss means a financial gain or loss other than a gain or loss that is de minimis in amount or shared with a substantial segment of the general public. And I think to disqualify anybody from the board because they know an applicant, especially in this case where they don't have a vote, there would be a lot of disqualifications, and we really don't see that there is any kind of pecuniary gain. Now, somebody can always say that an improvement to a house in the historic district may improve the property values of other houses in the historic district, but that is a pecuniary gain that is shared with a substantial segment of the general public. We just don't feel that an improvement to a nearby house in a historic district is a sufficient conflict of interest that would require any board member or the board chair to disqualify himself or herself. So this is a matter we did look into. I have not had the opportunity to discuss our findings with Chair Rios because of some other demands on my time this week. But again, I thank Ms. Benenato for her concern, and I don't want her to think we just swept it under the rug. We did look this up and have a discussion about it, and that was our official conclusion.
Thank you, Attorney Ribbolith. If there aren't any comments from the board, I will move on to old business. Our first case tonight is 342 Plaza Ballantyne, and this is Daniel's case. Daniel, can we have your presentation, please?
Can I share my screen, please?
screen sharing is on. Go for it.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, we're looking at 342 Plaza Ballantyne. It's a contributing structure to the downtown and East Side Historic District, probably designated back in the 80s with the large designation by the governing body. It's constructed in a mixed Spanish Pueblo and territorial style with elements typical of its construction in the 1940s through 70s. This is an overview of the development on the right. The red pre-1943s, that's the original structure. The diagram does not exactly correspond with all the facades, so there's a little bit of guessing in terms of the age of the facades, particularly around 15, 16, 17 facades. I think that the applicant is going to go through the facades unless the board would prefer that I do so. I do have a presentation that shows all the facades, but I think we also did that at the hearing where the case was originally postponed. So maybe you could give me some direction on how much recapitulation you'd like.
Daniel, just summarize your recommendation for the board.
Okay. Well, down here, where is it? There are a lot of facades. There are 3 different buildings. The main house, this is the site plan. There's the main house, a carport, and then a former garage. So, and then there's also this kind of outdoor shade structure here. The recommendations include some for each. Number 2 is on the rear portion of the main house with a large metal window. Number 11 is on the main house and comes from 2 different historic phases in the 40s and 50s. Number 16 is the entryway with this overhanging portal. The asterisk denotes for me the higher priority recommendation, the strongest recommendation, whereas the without asterisks are secondary. Then we have number 20, which is this opening to the port, to the carport with this kind of slanting in wall and the low massive beam. Number 24 is the front facade of the guest or casita or former garage. And then 27 is the short side, 28 is the long side. I would definitely recommend the long side of the shade structure, 27 if the board feels that's appropriate.
Thank you, Daniel. Attorney Rubeli, do you have a question?
I do not. I should, if you can, I don't know if you can take my hand down. Thank you.
It's down. Thank you. Board members, any clarification questions for Daniel? Okay, is the applicant present? And
Richard Martinez.
should they be sworn in?
Moving over to panelist.
Hello, Richard. I think Melissa will swear you in.
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Richard Martinez. My address of Martinez Architecture Studio is 1524 Paseo de Peralta, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you.
Richard, can we have your presentation, please?
Yes. Can I have shared screen, please?
Yeah.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Hold on just a second. Sorry, I'm trying to get this up. Okay, now you can see my screen, yes?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. The house has gone through a lot of changes. It was originally, it says perhaps a chicken coop, and it has many additions to it. I wanted to go through the elevations very quickly that that were recommended by by Daniel as primary facades. The first facade was this one with the large metal window that faces onto the street, and it seems to me that this is character defining, and it's a beautiful facade, and so I do recommend that be a primary facade. The next one that he has on his list is,
Chair Guida, could I be recognized for just a moment?
yes.
Thank you. I would just like to ask Richard if you could, if you know, when you're speaking of the facades, if you could identify them by the numbers that Daniel identified them by in his report, so we can follow.
I can also let you know.
Yes, I understand. Thank you, Member Guida. I mean, Member Bichai. Yes, that was number. Oh, sorry, Benvenu.
No problem. No
Sorry
problem.
about that. The first one that I mentioned was
Number 2.
Number 2. This one is number 11, and this facade, first of all, is not publicly visible, and I would suggest that it's actually not Adobe. I think that this, because it's inside, the walls are very straight and not very thick, and there is sheetrock on the walls. I haven't gone into the walls to see what they are. I don't believe that this is a view of the, or a vision of the house that was there originally. If this section was built in the 40s, it's possible, but it's been heavily renovated since then. You can see that there are windows which are undivided, and I intend to remedy that situation. It just seems to me that this elevation is not very historic and is not representative of the house. The next elevation is similar. This is elevation number 12. This is around the corner from the one that you just saw. Again, this elevation has a door and a window which are not representative of the house. And perhaps this was also, maybe this was a garage. Maybe this was the chicken coop. I don't know, but it's been heavily redone since it was built. The next elevation,
Richard, two more minutes.
Okay. The next elevation is this one, when Daniel has this sort of starred, so it's very important. I think that actually, again, this is in the back of the house. It's under a unhistoric portal that has 2x4s on top of it. It is not very well done. This elevation, again, is not very representative. It has an undistinguished window and door that goes to it. The part of the house that's really more seen and representative, this is elevation number 20. This is the carport in the front of the house. This is on Plaza Ballantyne, so you can see this. It's not very attractive, but it is publicly visible, and I can understand that that would be important for its for a primary facade. This is number 24. This is the little casita. This has a metal window and a door, I think filling in the existing garage doorway, original garage doorway, and perhaps this brick was added later as well. it is undistinguished. I would recommend that it not be. Not be a primary facade. This I think it's a wonderful facade. This is not just a shade structure. I've seen this before in the Gay House, which was done by Catherine Stinson, up behind Santa Fe Prep. It's called, in that case, it's called the Mirador, and it's intended to be like an outdoor space where you go and look out into the landscape or into the garden. I just want to read something, and so I think that that's as important as the primary facade. I just want to read something from the report, historic report. Possibly starting humbly as a chicken coop, the subject house was constructed over many years with renovations and additions beginning in the 1940s and continued through the late 1970s, resulting in its odd footprint and disparate facades. And it has made many changes. It has had many changes made to the house. And I just wonder if the idea is to freeze it in time right now, or to allow that process to continue. Because if you look at the plan of the house, you'll see that it is very cut up and very difficult to navigate and to find the front entrance and to connect the different rooms. The living room is at one end, the kitchen is at another, the rooms behind the facade number
Sorry,
11.
we're past time.
Oh,
Thank you,
sorry.
Carly.
So I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Richard, would you just quickly summarize which facades you believe should be primary?
Yes, I believe the primary facades should be the one on the street, number 2 and number 20. That's the great room, or the living room, and the carport, and the facades of the Mirador, the shade structure, number 27 and 28.
2 and 20, 27 and 28. Thank you, Richard.
Yes.
Questions from board members? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Richard, I don't know if you heard our preliminary discussion at the last meeting. I think you may have already dropped off the call. But one of the things we did talk about before we realized you were no longer with us was the status of facades 9 and 10. As they were not recommended originally by Daniel, but there was a discussion that they were also part of the original, or at least pre-1943 structure. Is that right? Yeah, pre-1943 structure. And they had the same distinguishing characteristics as the facades that Daniel had recommended. Do you have any, do you want to address those facades?
Yes, those facades, I'm going to just pull up pictures of those facades. Those facades may have been built in part of the structure in the 1940s, but as you can see from these photographs, they have been, again, heavily, I would say, disfigured with these large undefined windows and doors, and luckily it's not visible from the street. But I don't think they're character-defining facades for the house.
Do you have any sense as to when those openings were modified?
I do not, and the historic report makes a reference to 1950s windows, but again, because they were not visible from the street, I don't think there was much effort put into what they look like from the exterior.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other board members? Member Beachut.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Richard about three facades show sort of a narrow door that's adjacent to a picture window. I think it's 11, 12, and the casita 24. Is there any, do you have any information about, how those came to be? They seem to define, as they occur in three places on this property, to be character defining in some way.
Member Bishai, I don't know anything about how those came to be. I'm sorry to say.
Thank you.
I in a couple places, I believe that they filled in larger openings, maybe garage doors or open portals. Maybe this one on facade 11, maybe that was originally a portal, because it was added separately than the rest of that section of the house.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Member Larson.
Just a quick question for Daniel. Daniel,
I'm here.
Thank you. I'm just curious about how you arrived to the decisions. Is this due to just capturing the vernacular character? I'm just having a little bit of trouble since I, didn't see the
Yeah.
property in person. Thank you.
Then I'll go back a little bit over some of the details.
And one other thing is, would you be able to just also describe the, the direction or the using south and east instead of the numbers, just for,
Yes. Can I share my screen, Richard?
Of course. What do I need to do?
Stop sharing, I think.
Okay.
Okay. So there are some elements that Member Larson, when I'm looking for design integrity or character defining features, one of the ways that I am able to do that is to see patterns, things that you see more than once through the structure. Another is historic material. So in the case of the window, we have this unusually large dimensioned historic window that is unusual just in its dimension and aesthetic. We don't see it anywhere else on the house, and you don't see it very often in all the houses that I've seen around. So I regarded that as character defining. These are all non-historic windows, odd shapes that are both non-historic. If we just go back to make this a little bit bigger, I don't know if you can see here, the green is on the right here is the most recent. It's the 1970s edition. That's this part. And then the 1950s, this is here, 1950s, and then this is presumably from the 40s. When we looked at this structure, one of the things, I think it was Mr. Benview pointed out that this window here corresponds exactly to a window on the other side of the structure. So here's number 10, this window and this window here. They're almost exactly across from each other and they almost exactly match. They may not be original, but they correspond and they have a particular vintage. They're definitely historic, not necessarily the most, finely crafted windows, but character defining nonetheless, especially with reference to this, an overall design concept. Let's see. I'm repeating myself a little. Here we have also a situation, this window door single unit also repeats on the side. These windows appear to be a pair. They are historic. And here you see it, the partner, this window and door together. The fenestration is a little bit different, but them sort of coupled together into a single unit mirrors the other one. Then we have the entryway. For me, it was character defining. It has a particular aesthetic. It speaks of a particular time and place. And it's not quite clear, given the facade diagram, if it's original to the house, but certainly it dates back to the 50s. So those are for the main house. And then we just have what I consider to be the fairly obvious main facades of the secondary structures, which is this front of the portal, and then the front of the casita, and the front of the mirador. If that answers your question.
Thank you, Daniel. Any other questions from board members before we take this to public comment? Any members of the public wishing to speak on this case? Stephanie Beninato, I believe you need to be sworn in.
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Stephanie Beninato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe.
Thank you.
I think that the recommendations made by your staff make sense, and that some of the other ones that you talked about may also make sense. I think the door window combination is definitely character defining of that house. And I think we all know that you don't have to have an adobe building to have it be historic or primary, or which, Mr. Martinez's comments seem to indicate that if it's framed somehow it's not worthy of preservation, and we all know that's not true. And then the whole thing about something got added later, but it's always vague. It's like, when did it get added later? Because, if this house was built in the 40s, it had about 20, 30 years of additions that are still historic. And I think we need to look at whether they're historic. And big plate glass windows were very common in the 50s and 60s in Santa Fe. So I don't think that makes them, just because they're not divided lights, doesn't mean that they're not character defining or historic. Thank you.
Any other members of the public wishing to comment? Okay, I will bring it back to the board. Member Larson, do you have another comment?
Yeah, just one comment that I think, Daniel has done well at, aligning this with the HICP determination and also adding on some, insights. So yeah, I'm ready to make a motion if that's all right.
Please do.
All right. In case 2022-004878 HGRB 342 Plaza Valentin, I move to approve the application, or to designate the primary facades in line with staff's recommendation for facades 2, 11, 12, 16, 20, 24, 27, and 28, noting that these facades capture the vernacular character of this structure.
Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Am I permitted to ask for a friendly amendment before seconding the motion?
I suppose so.
In that case, I would ask for a friendly amendment that facades 9 and 10 be additionally designated as primary, and also that the historic section of the privacy wall be designated as contributing.
I accept the amendment as friendly, finding also that 9 and 10 are a part of the, the recommendation of the HICP and are in line with the historic character.
Then I second the motion.
We have a motion. It has been seconded. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, member Beachside,
Yes.
member Bienvenue,
Yes.
member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank
May
you.
I clarify for the record? Primary facades have been designated 2, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16, 20, 24, 27, and 28.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Did you get 9 and 10?
Yes.
And we additionally designated the historic section of the wall as contributing.
Of the privacy wall
Yes.
that is contributing. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to the next case, 2 Camino Pequeño. This is Carly's case. Carly, can we have your presentation, please?
Moving my Zoom controls over, so it's going.
Carly, your applicants are here.
They are. Okay. Okay, case number 2022-005081 HGRB. This is 2 Camino Pequeño. It's the status case. Here, this is the location along Camino Pequeño. Everybody's seeing that, big red semi-square. It's just off of West Alameda. Okay, Camino Pequeño is a 59 square foot single family residence. It's been listed as non-contributing to the downtown east side. It's built between 1957 and 1960 by James G. Wing, local artist and craftsman. So what we're looking at is really a mixture of mid-century ranch and prairie revival styles. This is coming back to the board after the last hearing, after seeing a postponement and a needed status case. But it is characterized by this mid-century ranch and prairie revival styles, what staff has described as prairie revival in the past. And that's characterized by low-pitched roofs with wide overhanging eaves that are typically boxed out. They can be mid-level or 1-story. The mid-century ranch is characterized by this low, broad, 1-story shape with shed or flat roofs throughout the Southwest, and moderate to wide overhangs like you're seeing here. Large fixture windows are very common to that time period. These can have multiple divisions in the lights, but particularly this prairie revival style has a lot of these kind of repeating patterns throughout, as this building does. So you're seeing these dashed forms, a lot of horizontality. Character defining features of the building include those deep overhangs, exposed vigas with partially covered wide wood fascia, the white stucco walls with visible adobe texture. It's also included are these stained wood elements, the wooden lintels, while the windows in the front have been replaced. The changes over time have really been in keeping with the building. Started out as this portion here, this as a rectangle right here, with a workshop in the back that were later connected. The history of this building is I'll summarize it very quickly. In 1985, there's a brief property survey conducted. I put together all this case history because there's always a question about, was there a status case in the past? We have no record of a status case, even some of the old minutes. Some of you remember, I think member Katz remembered a status case from the 90s, 99. We do not have any record of that. So, but there was a case to do some upgrades to electrical, heating, plumbing in 98. In 2015, the previous property owner constructed additions. Now, wrong way. As we're looking to the side, you're seeing some of these additions. The additions expanded it outward, so expanding that low horizontality. You can see the other facade that retains a lot of character on the workshop in the back. And so this is, you can see the additions to the east and to the west. And here are the early photographs that we have. The HCPI is very, very fuzzy, but these are the non-historic windows. You can see that the doors openings change shape here on either side of this window. And here's what we're seeing as the original footprint of the house. The applicant put this nice diagram together. And then the workshop in the back. So a portal was enclosed to connect the two. Portals were added here and here. And the house had these additions in 2015. The applicant in 2015 came back to the board with just more changes to what was already approved. They scrapped part of the design, they altered part of the design. So, and in that case, I think what's really critical to this understanding is that the clause in our code about non-conforming structures, and that is 14-5.2A6, non-conforming structures. So the beginning of this captures a lot of different items for us, but because it's a long section, but the beginning, any building in the historic district not meeting the standards for architectural style set forth in this section, unless given special approval by the board for architectural or special interest, or unless, and this doesn't apply, or unless individually entered in the state register of cultural properties, national register, doesn't apply, or designated significant on either register, shall be considered non-conforming, except for repairs and maintenance required by law. No non-conforming building may be added or altered in any way unless the proposed addition or alterations brings the whole into a degree of conformity acceptable to the board. All right. So in the 2015 case, I added the minutes to this packet. The board made a statement as part of, just before the motion, as part of the motion, that the structure at 2 Camino Pequeño did not meet the standards for architectural style set forth. Oh, sorry, I'm reading the wrong section here. Let me go. This is part of the minutes now. It is important to preserve the styles of the 1960s, and preserving them or retaining a rare example of such diversity only enhances what we refer to as Santa Fe style and highlights the difference with traditional styles. So the board obviously saw architectural interest in this and potentially historic interest. And so what we do not normally see is that, but not given a status case. And so it makes a lot of sense at this point to have a status case on it. And we also do have other examples throughout our historic districts that are not old Santa Fe style, but that are considered contributing. You might see Mansard style roofs. There are several examples, but I can talk about this if we need to. That said, here is an elevation, the south elevation, and this is how it grew to the right and to the left, or east and west. And we've added portals. There are the other elevations, the north elevation, and you can see that section shown right there of the more historic portion. And then there's this lovely graphic that our applicant put together, original workshop carport, original portico, and that was enclosed. And you can see these dates which correspond to the research. And that, let me go back to, so staff recommends that the historic status of the structure be designated as contributing per 14-5.2C with the south facade of the house and the north facade of the original workshop be designated as primary. And I stand for questions.
Carly, thank you. Could you just indicate on this diagram where those facades would be and what their limits are, perhaps?
So the limits of the south facade, this is the south facade, this is the front of the original house right there. So you see that corner right here to this corner right there. And then I'm going to go back up.
And that would exclude the portal.
That would exclude the portal.
Okay.
Yes. And then the back side here.
Of the original structure. Okay. Thank you. Second question. So I understand that there's a kind of workaround here with designating this building as contributing, although it is non-conforming. How does, and I appreciate that that's the way out of getting this to, which would be a shame to get this building to become Santa Fe style or conform. And this would be true of any other kind of architecture that's different to what the district standards call for. How are we meant to understand the idea of contributing, which I generally understand as contributing to a district? If this is actually not contributing, it's unique. Is this just semantics, or is this something we've done before and there's lots of precedent for?
Yes, there's precedent. It's just we don't normally see something from the modern era as precedent. Let's look at La Posada. That's contributing. It's very behind part of the complex that you see there, but that's there's the Mansard Sour. That's not old Santa Fe style. It does contribute to the heterogeneity of the district. It is there is architectural interest. There's historic integrity there. That's one. There are others like that are just that are unique examples in the district, and there's precedent for this. So we just don't normally see. We haven't seen much of it in this sense in the modern for a more mid-century building yet.
Thank you for clarifying that point of heterogeneity, which is in the code. I think it's an important point. Member Benvenuto.
Oh, thank you, Chair Guida. Just on that topic, and maybe more of a comment, it seems to me that the code provides for two ways, two separate paths by which this addition, an addition to this building could be approved in a non-conforming style. One would be to designate it as contributing, but the other would be just to find that the building has sufficient architectural or historic interest that we will permit a non-conforming addition to be made to the structure. And that's the provision that Carly was just reading. And in this particular case, I appreciate the presentation on its historical value, but I don't find that this particular building otherwise meets the standards of contributing, partially for the reason that I don't think that it meets the definition of contributing, which I suppose could add in the concept of heterogeneity, as was just mentioned, but I think is more intended to contribute to the character of the historic district as a district that incorporates the provided for standards. But more important than that in this case is the huge number of really dramatic alterations that have been made in very recent times that I think have just completely changed this building. I think they're nicely done. And I think they are very sensitive to the original structure. But if you compare the elevation of the original building and what was done and the existing building, they are completely different, particularly the south and north elevations, just strikingly so. So even though they incorporate the same design elements, it's just very difficult for me to find that the building retains historic integrity compared to what the original vernacular builder who built it with his own hands did in the late 1950s and early 1960s. So my personal view is that I would have a hard time finding this as contributing under the definitions in the code. I would have no trouble finding that it has sufficient architectural and historic interest to permit non-conforming additions that are consistent with the existing style.
Thank you, Member Benvedu. Carly, any comments?
There's one thing I ran into with that, which is if you were to seek to preserve part of this building, there's not much of a mechanism for us to, and unless it's just every time the board reviews the old case history, every time something happens to this building, if you saw something as character defining, it protects it. If not, there's a lot more leeway and latitude to really do anything and everything to this building. And then at what point is it still granted that ability to have a leeway for that architectural interest? So that's a question I posed to the board, and I've been thinking about myself. So
thank you. Board members, any additional clarification questions, keeping in mind that we still have an applicant presentation to get to? Member Beachhead.
Thanks. I'll make it short because it's not a question, but thank you, John, for raising that point, and Carly for thinking about it, because I was thinking along the same lines as well. And based on the fact that we've never statused this case, and in 2015, it was my understanding that we did not call for a status because this is not a compatible style with the code. It is truly non-conforming. And I wonder if our approval of the additions in 2015 wasn't an implicit approval of its architectural interest or historic interest under the non-conforming section of the code. We approved changes that stay true to the established and original intent of the design of this house. And that's what I think we should continue to pursue. And I guess whatever is the best mechanism for doing that, whether it's designation as contributing, or if we can somehow document that we have given a special approval to this building under the non-conforming portion of the code.
Thank you, Member Beachhead. Any other questions from board members? All right. Can we have the applicant be sworn in and have their presentation?
Yes. I believe that would be Mr. Strongwater, correct?
Correct.
Yes, we will have an agent on our behalf. Attorney Summers also present.
Can we move Attorney Summers over?
yes, it just takes a moment. Here we go. Here he comes.
Hi, Daniel. Hi, Carl. Melissa will swear you in.
Okay, I will swear both of you in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do. Members of the
Thank you. And
board.
when each of you speak, please state your name and address for the record.
Members of the board, my name is Carl Summer. And my address is Post Office Box 2476, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I'm here on behalf of Daniel and Haley Strongwater, and I'll make a very brief presentation because it is clear to me that this board has latched on to something that is unique and beneficial for both the board's ongoing process and in this case individually. So I'll be as brief as I possibly can. Just briefly, this case raises just one basic issue, and is how do we deal with the structure that diverges from the style requirements of the code, but has this unique architectural interest? I think that the board's previous decisions, as member Bishai has recognized, implicitly recognized that, and that the power, as member Benvenu has recognized, is there explicitly in the code. And while it has not been spelled out in spades, that's what's happened in the past for this property to be continued, to have its continued architectural interest under the code. Just briefly, Daniel and Haley Haley grew up here. She was born here. Her father is Doug Roberts and Bobby. I don't know if any of you know them, but they've been here since, I've known them since I guess 40 years. And it's a unique situation where Haley and her husband get to come back to Santa Fe and make a life. They're raising their kids here. They're going to live in this house. And that doesn't often happen, as we all know. I have a son who lives here, and I'm fortunate in that regard. They want to preserve and continue the architectural interest and uniqueness of this property. I think that the facts are pretty clear with the drawing that Daniel came up with that shows the green and pink. I'll just give you the statistics. The statistics are that from a facade, just a pure facade standpoint, only 14.8% of the facades can be seen. If you do it on a linear foot, only 27.8% of the linear feet of this property are the same. And so it does not meet the description or the definition of contributing. And I think the danger in trying to fit or shoehorn this into that is that it might do damage to that definition of contributing because it doesn't have the qualities that the district is significant for. But we are not, as John Benvenu has recognized, we are not without a remedy here, and the board is not without power, and that power has been exercised in the past and on this particular case. And I think it's implicit in the decisions that have been made before. The property is not contributing. It has architectural interest that the board has recognized and can do so explicitly to allow alterations. And I think that the discretion that the board has in dealing with that is the preservation of that architectural interest in assessing a case such as the one that Daniel and Haley have brought. The problem in trying to make the property contributing is there is no prairie style defined in the code, and it is not something that the district is significant for, and it doesn't contribute to the significant character of the district in that regard. So I said I would be brief. I think I think that the board has latched on to the essence of this case and has recognized the proper authority for which with which they can act, the board can act. And the designation as contributing does not solve the problem. It actually creates more problems, and the board has the power to do what it needs to do to preserve that architectural interest in this style. And I think that what you'll see is that Haley and Daniel are extremely conscientious about what they're doing to this property. They're going to live there. They're going to raise their children there. They want to preserve the architectural interest and make this their home. So with that, we would stand for any questions. And I think that the board has been pretty clear about its task. Was that short enough?
Yes, thank you, Carl. Board members, any questions for Daniel or Carl? I will take it to public comment. Stephanie Benvenuto, you have been sworn in already?
Yes, I have. Stephanie Benvenuto. I realize that this is a unique architectural structure. However, I am concerned if it is non-conforming, then I don't even begin to understand how you could allow, I mean, you could say it's non-conforming with architectural significance. I've never really heard of that being done and having any kind of force of law. And it would be interesting to hear something either from the attorney or Ms. Piccarello about that. But we're just talking about status right now. We're not really talking about design. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But I do think that it is a unique structure, and it does deserve some kind of preservation. I will point out, and I just want to again raise this as a legal issue, if it's a non-conforming structure, then how can you even begin to say yes to an addition because you're adding on to the non-conformity? So I just raised that as a point, and I don't know how you get out of that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. John Eddy, you need to be sworn in.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You are muted, Mr. Eddy.
I'm sorry. You can hear me now, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Eddy. My address is P.O. Box 845, Tesuque, New Mexico, 87574. Thank you, board members and all. This is a really interesting case, and I really admire this house and its nonconformity. And I appreciate the fact that the board is struggling to find what has been referenced as a workaround here, because I think in this particular case, it is an important thing to achieve. Owners of this property have really striven over time to maintain the integrity of this house architecturally. And they have done so as vernacular buildings with a certain degree of success, I think. So I encourage you to try to pursue the tack that you are taking here. And I appreciate the fact that this is a legal issue and should be considered carefully by the city attorney. But I encourage you to go down this road and try to protect this house as it is. I would like to see all of the visible elevations from Camino Pequeño protected, and not just the original elevation, because I think the additional elevations that were provided by vernacular builders over time, again, trying to maintain that integrity, add to the architectural interest of this property. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Carly, do you have any response to the issues that have been raised?
I do. Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. I tried to find examples of non-conforming that were protected by the board, and I could not. The other issue that I saw it as an oversight, because I think, and I mean an oversight that the board saw that staff may have had an oversight and did not include the previous status case because they believed there was a status case in the 90s. And that did not happen. And so, after seeing that, my thought was to rectify the issue. So that was part of it. And then this portion of nonconformity makes preservation very difficult in this case. It's not defined in our code under nonconformance, so very clearly, at least.
It's not the first time our code has gotten in the way of the intent, and I appreciate and would say that, both in terms of the applicant, the staff, and probably the board members' comments, I think we're all trying to go to the same place here. It's just kind of a matter of how we do so. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Any other board members have any comments? Okay, Member Benvenu.
Thank you. In case number 2022-005081 HDRB to Camino Pequeño, I move that the board find that pursuant to 14-5.2A6, this building has special architectural and historic interest. And secondly, that the board designate the structure as otherwise non-contributing.
Do we have a second?
Each I will second. And I might just add for clarification that the motion proposed by Member Bienvenu removes this property from being labeled as a non-conforming structure.
Member Bienvenu?
Well, I have no further comment. That's that may be an interpretation of that special provision, the way it's written. I agree with that. I'm not sure that's actually the intent, because I think clearly this is a non-conforming. The way I view it is the ordinance is trying to say you could have a non-conforming structure that yet has sufficient architectural and historic interest to permit additions to be made or renovations to be made without forcing the entire structure to become conforming.
Right, thanks.
So we have a second, and there was not a friendly amendment to that. Is that correct? Okay.
I think, well, I just understood that member Beachide was just making a comment. Yes, a clarification.
That's right. Yeah, no amendment needed. Thank you.
Good. We have a motion and it's been seconded. Member Larson, did you have a comment before we do a vote?
I just have a question, and that is, do we need to specify the architectural importance, provide any amount of description as to why it's architecturally important, or does that, decision by the board suffice?
If that question is to me, I would prefer to leave the motion as stated rather than try to be more specific than that. But if that question is directed to the attorney, then.
Yes, it was directed to staff and the attorney, so we can set, the record as far as, what we find to be architecturally important of this place.
Attorney Rubeli, you have a comment?
Yes, if I could, with respect to non-conforming structures, the section that member Bienvenu reference, that is 14-5.2A6, reads that a building in the historic district not meeting the standards for architectural style set forth in the section, unless given special approval by the board for architectural or historic interest, or unless individually entered on a state register of cultural properties. Well, the second clause, entry on state register, doesn't apply. However, architectural or historic interest, there's no definition. Usually you can look at a definition of a contributing structure, non-contributing in the definition section, but there is no definition of architectural or historic interest. So to me, that means that it's up to the board to decide what that means, architectural or historic interest, using the plain meaning of those words. I believe we're assisted in that finding by the words that a building in the historic district not meeting the standards for architectural style, unless given special approval. I believe that if member Bienvenu is moving that the board find, and I think that's an appropriate finding for the record, that this is a house that has architectural or historic interest, implicitly is stating it does not meet the standards for architectural style. So what that does is, noting the architectural historic interest, I think opens up the board to approve something that ordinarily doesn't meet the design standards for downtown and east side historic district based on the architectural interest of this house. So I don't see any problem with member Bienvenu's motion.
Any comments?
Further, I concur that if you defining what the architectural interest here, it strengthens the ability to have a good administrative record for future future proposals of this on this case.
Okay,
Member Benvenu?
sure. I can. I was just going to add that I understand Member Larson's point, and actually have come around to the idea that perhaps we should have a finding of what the specific interest is. So I will read something from the staff report into the record, that the special historical and architectural interest is, according to the board findings, that this is, and I'll add some of my own language, a unique blend of mid-century ranch and prairie revival styles in a vernacular style characterized by horizontal lines, low massing with areas of exposed whitewashed adobe, slightly pitched shed roof with projecting eaves, stained wooden elements, and wood windows with a horizontal rectangular light pattern.
Member Beachhead, do you agree to that as seconder of the motion?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Wonderful. I think we're ready for a vote. Melissa, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you all. We're going to move on to the next case. Also Camino Pequeño, to Camino Pequeño. Angela, this is your case to present.
Thank you, Chair. And following that, there were two pathways for the remodel proposal based on that determination. As it is, it's been determined non-contributing, so the case as proposed does not require exceptions. That is part of my staff report. I will just describe, actually, I have a site plan here, and I don't know if I shared my screen, probably not, but we've seen better graphics of this in the previous case. Can you see my screen now?
We can see your screen.
Oh, good. Okay, so that's the site plan that I'll speak from. The applicant is prepared to present the proposal for remodel. I will state that my recommendation is that I recommend approval as it complies with section 14-5.2D, the general design standards for all H districts, and 14-5.2E, the downtown and east side historic district.
Thank you, Angela. Board members, any clarification questions for Angela before we go to the applicant's presentation? Okay, Mr. Strongwater, are you making the presentation tonight?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful.
Give me 1 minute here to get set up.
Do I have to stop sharing, Daniel?
Don't worry, Angela, I got it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's see. All right, thank you, board. Really appreciate that thoughtful deliberation on the status case, and we're very excited to present our project proposal tonight. We listened very closely and to the brief portion of discussion in the March 22nd meeting, and we actually went back to the drawing board in close communication with staff and working very, very hard to design a proposal that was quite respectful of the existing home, and we hope that you find what we're proposing here to be similarly respectful. We think we've found a good sweet spot between accommodating the needs of somebody living in the building and its architectural style, which we really do value and have fallen in love with. So briefly, just to touch on some design goals, we had 4 major design goals in what we did here. The first was to reemphasize the original masses of the building, to bring back a clear hierarchy, to show where the original portions of the building and what has been added on to, which has been somewhat lost or muddled over the years of additions. The second is we really hope to retain the character defining features of the home and utilize them to inform our design changes. The third goal of ours was to minimize changes to the footprint to be as efficient as possible with the project. And lastly, our fourth goal is to improve the home's livability, which has a lot to do with head height inside the building, which is not clear from any of this, but is quite compromised, and due to both the floodplain and the some height changes between different portions of the house is somewhat compromised as we work to modify the home. So briefly, to touch on the existing site plan and the site plan, we have a proposal to modify the fence lines in a pretty minor way. You can see in red the existing fence lines. And
we're only seeing your lead slide. We're not seeing.
Oh no.
Site plan. And just another note, we're keeping applicant presentations to 5 minutes tonight. So just plan accordingly, please.
Okay, let me try again here.
Chair, I could show I have the plans up and. Yeah.
I think I got it back now. I apologize about that. The rest of this will be quite quick. So here you can see, this is taking a second to load. In red, you can see the existing fence lines. Our proposed modification of the fence lines is to go to this green line. You can see here on the right, we're proposing a new carport with a roof. The carport, you can see rendered in this south elevation. It's angled to align with the existing additions, and we're proposing exposed white adobe to match the original portions of the home. A little bit more detail on that carport. There's an adobe storage portion with wood garage door and swing doors and a overhanging roof. The existing floor plan, you can see here, the red areas are existing portals that were non-original. We're proposing removing those non-original portals. We're proposing a small 141 square foot addition, which is in a location we feel was the most respectful option to the existing structure. And we're proposing bumping up over the original structure to provide better hierarchy to show the original portion of the home more clearly. We're also proposing a new trellis, which we think mimics this lovely overhang that has since been enclosed that we'd love to bring back as a feature of the home. And so in summary, our changes from a roof plan are this small addition, 2 bump ups and a trellis. And very quickly to jump through our facade changes, you can see outlined here sort of the original portion of the home. The dotted line is what you cannot see since this has been enclosed. We're proposing this bump up to bring back a clear hierarchy to the central mass of the home where the original building was. And here you can see the original building. We're proposing removing some portals and non-historic openings to get to something that feels a little bit more cohesive with the original design, in our opinion. And then lastly, on the north facade, given the non-contributing ruling, we actually would like to revise some window light divisions in our proposal, but otherwise we would mostly stay the course with this. Here you can see again those bump ups from the back. We were proposing these light divisions, assuming that there might be a primary designation of this back facade, which we appreciate is non-publicly visible, and we find somewhat odd to continue this light division pattern in just this one portion of the house when this long horizontal pattern has been established and used in other portions of the home. So we would like to go back and revise that window light proportion. The last thing I'll show you is our finishes. These are all existing, except for the new roofing material, which will be TPO instead of asphalt. And thank you, that's all I have.
Daniel, thank you for the succinct presentation. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. So, Mr. Strongwater, thank you for your revisions. It's just a vastly better project, I think, than what you're presenting today. And I think it really harmonizes well with the existing structure and yet gives you pretty much everything that you were trying to get the first go around. So really think you did a nice job with that, and I'm glad it worked out that way. To Angela, just a question. Are there any exceptions still required given that we did not have any primary facade designations or designation as contributing?
Angela, you're muted.
Member Bienvenu, my understanding is there is not the one that may have been was the north facade with the larger bank of windows replacing what's there now. And they have been reduced in span to be meeting the 40% proportionality between glazing and wall. But I think I'd like to hear confirmation of that from the applicant. I think he was working to make that meet that standard.
There's no facade with greater than 40% glazing in our proposal.
Okay. Well,
Any other comments? Thank you, Member Bienvenu. Any other questions or comments from board members before we take it to the public? Member Beachon.
Yeah, so I just have the same question. I think it's actually the south facade, which appears to me to be sort of maybe borderline, more door and window space than wall space. Is there a calculation that's been done for that, just to confirm? And then I think in the previous application, there was an exception required for the 30-inch undivided light. Is that still an issue anywhere? Or has that been changed?
I think the overhang for the south facade the revision, Daniel, is that considered deep enough as for a portal? I don't think we discussed that.
The south, this is a trellis that we're proposing to go over the south facade, if that's what you're referring to. I think
no, that one right there.
This here, this is within code. We're proposing extending the existing. We're planning to shift because of this roof bump up. The vigas don't need to be as long as they are interior, so we're planning to shift them outward to achieve a passive solar strategy of with an overhang of 30 inches. We feel that which is within the limit of the code. We also feel that is in keeping with historical features of the home, where there were these very, very deep overhangs. You can't really see it in this photo, but this was extended vigas that were from the entire, so the vigas actually ran from the back of this room all the way to the front of this overhang. And so we are proposing to bump out the roof overhang on the south facade, if that was the question.
That and the 30-inch rule. Those, can you speak to the panes, those individual panes?
Sure. All the panes are greater than 30 inches diagonally. My understanding was that, and based on the precedent of previous cases of this house, there were no exceptions required for windows greater than 30 inches in the past. And my understanding was that had to do with the fact that a 30-inch window was part of greater than 30-inch diagonal window was part of the architectural significance of the home. These windows, the original windows, are about 30 inches wide themselves. So to get a 30-inch diagonal, you end up with something that really loses the character of those windows. If we need an exception for that, we're happy to provide criteria for that.
Okay. All right. That was also staff's understanding.
I agree with that too. And so sorry, are we considering the south facade to be, with this extended overhang, to be under a portal for application of the code?
There will be no portal in this south facade. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, so it's not a portal by definition.
So does it require the exception? I'm not trying to be difficult. I just want to make sure.
I think I would ask the attorney to respond on that.
I mean, I guess first of all, is it more wall, window and door space than wall space?
No, that calculation came out to be, wasn't it 29%?
We have 38% glazing is our calculation on this south facade.
Okay, then that's no problem there. a question for the applicant. So the existing, that is on the same facade, the existing windows, I understand, were handmade and then replaced carefully in kind with previous proposals. And with respect to your design goal to retain the character defining features, what is your, can you elaborate on your desire
Sure.
for replacing those?
Let me find so one of the major goals here was to build upon the, I'm sorry, I have so many old slides here. We really hope to build upon the grid pattern, which is very characteristic of this style of architecture. And so we took the exact grid pattern of these original light divisions, and we sought to achieve a passive solar strategy. There's not nearly enough glazing on this wall currently to be useful from a passive solar strategy. And so we extended these proportions. And so you can see we've really leaned into this proportionality and this grid ratio. And so we've extended it both up into the windows above, over to the new door opening on the left, and are extending this to be an effective passive solar glazing.
And are you retaining the stained, is that lintel a stained wood element that sort of matches what was there, what is there?
Yes.
Thank you.
It will be a new lintel given the span, but it will, we're hoping to be able to use some lumber that we're taking out from the interior.
Nice. Thank you.
For my benefit, and as I guess as a follow-up to Jennifer's initial question, Carly, I mean, is this question of these features having to conform a moot point at now that we've designated this as a non-conforming building with architectural merit?
If the non-conformance is within the architectural merit, and this is where these low, like these wider than 30-inch wide or slightly wider than original windows, and acknowledging that becomes important.
In the same way that we would approve the paint or stucco color as well.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Attorney Rubley, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Member Guida. I did a little bit of research on some of the unique features of this building, actually in response to questions that Ms. Piccarello posed to me earlier. And I believe it's the intent of the code not to create a house that is completely, at odds with itself, that doesn't have an internally harmonious design. I'm looking at subsection C. Everything I'm going to read to you here all are from section 14-5.2. Subsection C describes specific regulations for significant and contributing structures in the districts. I know we've decided this is a non-contributing building, but this doesn't seem to be specific to just those two protected structures. Subsection 1C1 reads it's intended that under subsection C. So I'm looking at C1C. Distinctive features, finishes, and construction techniques or examples of craftsmanship that characterize a structure shall be preserved. So I think part of the idea is there you have an internally harmonious house. Subsection D, general design standards for all H districts. Now, these are the general design standards that would apply regardless of what historic district this house appears in. Subsection D2A reads that additions shall have similar materials, architectural treatments and styles, features, and details as the existing structure. So I think that it is implicit in the code that, if you have an architecturally interesting house, as this has been found, you shall continue the architectural treatment and style of the existing structure. You don't want to create a house that is not in harmony with itself.
Thank you.
With respect to rooftop appurtenances and height, subsection 3 reads that for contributing buildings, solar collectors clear stories, decks, or mechanical equipment, if publicly visible, shall not be added. Well, this is not a contributing building. So I think there's a little bit more leeway for clear story windows because this building already has clear story windows. With respect to roofs under subsection D6, the code reads, the existing roof styles and materials shall be maintained or replaced in kind if necessary. The addition of dormers or other roof features should only be considered when they are an existing or historical feature of the structure. So if this roof is unique to this particular building, the fact that it's non-compliant with other H district design standards is overridden by this section, which reads that they can be considered if they're an existing or historical feature of the structure. So again, I emphasize we don't want to create a house that part of the house is one design standard and another part of the house is another design standard. We want the houses to have an integrity, design integrity as a whole. So I don't see that we need any specific exceptions with respect to this project, and I believe that is the staff's conclusion as well.
Thank you. Member Larson, you have a comment before we go to public comment? Member Larson?
I lowered my hand, sorry.
Okay, great. We'll take it to public comment. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this case? Stephanie Beninatto, you've already been sworn in.
Thank you very much. I think that the changes to the designer are much better. And but I am a little bothered by all that glass on the south facade, because if I measured just, I believe as you indicated, Mr. Strongwater, what that facade was, those windows are more than 50% of that facade. And even if they were less, I don't think they're really harmonious with the rest of the house because most of the windows are not down to the ground. And I think it just seems too much glass. Even if it's south, I think you will get adequate solar gain without, like saying, taking off the bottom 2 levels of windows. I think would really greatly improve the harmony with the other windows. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. John Eddie, you've already been sworn in.
Thank you. I agree with Ms. Beninatto. I do think that this is the only issue that I take with the design. I think that the overall design really enhances the integrity of the house and is in keeping with the architectural integrity of the house, and I appreciate that. I do think that the windows going all the way to the ground in that area, well, it's a personal thing for me, I guess. I'd have to say that. I think it's a little bit too much, and I would think that the house would be strengthened by seeing some massing under that series of windows, which would be achieved by taking out the lowest 2 courses of glazing there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take it back to the board. I'd love to hear a motion if board members have them, and that the motion address the point that the applicant made about the division in windows on the north facade and the desire not to have divided lights, that be addressed in the motion. Member Larson, were you going to make a motion? Put your hand up first.
Yes, first a comment and then a motion. The comment being, I am really impressed by the effort to modify the design. I know it's not an easy task, and I just want to emphasize, this house is a really important representation of architectural history, and it's a really unique example of that in not only Santa Fe, but also the region. You can see a distinctive correlation with some of the movements that really influenced the modern design movement, from Frank Lloyd Wright's Usonian style, I think being the most parallel to this. But of course, we have noted it for its association with Mid-Century Ranch, as well as the Prairie style, which are sort of the blending and marriage of the Usonian style. So in regards to the windows, I think in, Frank Lloyd Wright's Estonian style, you start with the Jacobs 1 house, which also utilizes what Mr. Strongwater referred to as passive solar. And you do see floor to ceiling, or, ground to roof line length of windows that are in a very similar expression as what we see in the proposed design. So noting Jacobs 1, Rosenbaum House, the Pope Lely House, you see this example used in multiple designs by Frank Lloyd Wright and the Taliesin School. So with all of that being said, I am ready to make a motion. And just to clarify that, what I just mentioned before is sort of the administrative precedent for approving the differentiation from the typical window appearance in the district, and finding that that is in fact in keeping with the exceptional architectural character that we found tonight. So in case 2022-004863 HDRB to Camino Pequeño, I move to approve the application as submitted, noting the character of the windows being aligned with the architectural exceptionalism of the house as found by the board.
And does that specifically cover the north facade windows, not having smaller divided lights?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Each I will second, and as a friendly amendment, just ask that the applicant revise the drawings for the undivided lights on the north facade and submit to staff prior to seeking a permit.
Accepted as friendly.
Thank you, Member Beachside. Melissa, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, Mr. Strongwater. Good luck with your project.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, next case is 111 Delgado Street. This is in the downtown and East Side Historic District. Angela, this is your case to present. Is your applicant here? Angela?
Angela, you are muted.
Pardon, thank you. The applicant is Mark Nackton. And the owner is Nancy Waite.
I see Nancy Waite raising her hand. Can we move her over to the panel? Okay, Angela, go ahead and proceed, please.
Okay, so this case returns to the board after a hiatus. You originally saw 111 Delgado Street last year for a status review and primary facade designation. This is the house. They proposed in a second case, which was in December, to do a wholesale window replacement along with a few doors. And the board postponed it for the applicant to provide a detailed comprehensive window assessment. So the applicant returns to the board with that revised window assessment, which is in your packet, and has is proposing the same elements of the project. This is the site plan. This is the existing, the proposed site plan. These are these areas in red are the areas of proposed changes. Okay, more detailed as I go through the other plans. These are the existing and the proposed floor plans. The house, by the way, was designated contributing, and this is the facade diagram. And these facades, excuse me, this looks like it's backwards. I'm going to go back to the site plan. The primary facades are this facing west, and this one and this one, and this one. They're proposing to add on to a non-primary facade in the back, storage unit. They are proposing to remove and replace. This is the existing west elevation as these sit here, to replace the window, double window, with a double door, French pane door. The other element of this proposal is, this is the other side of, excuse me, probably should just slow down.
You're doing great.
All right, thanks. I want to go to the parking area, which is probably on this site plan. I'm going to go back to the proposed site plan. Right now, this is an arroyo, and uniquely, the houses along here drive over those to get to their houses. This house has parking on top of that. It's a wooden bridge. The owner would like to replace it. They sought bids, and it's too expensive at this time, but the owner does propose to remove this portion of the wall. This was designated contributing along with the house. Remove that portion of the wall to allow for 3 parking spaces into the yard. And for that, there are some exceptions requested. So just to go through real quickly, actually, is the architect present for the meeting? Mark Nacton.
Yes, he's moved over to panelist.
Okay, Mark, I'm going to let you take this from here. I've got the pictures up, and you can describe the changes in more detail.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Natkin, you'll have to be sworn in.
Okay, I'll swear in.
Okay, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Mark Nacton, 1523 Towel Street, Santa Fe, 87505.
Thank you.
So basically, we're coming back again. We didn't get any final decisions at our last meeting of anything that we were asking for. So we're sort of looking for some clarity today. The owner is texting me as we speak here, so I don't want to get off of this, but she's telling me that she does want to speak and she's trying to get back on. So when it comes her turn, we should make some time for her. In any case, so this, we're renovating this house. It's mostly interior work. So a lot of that doesn't have any application here for what we're talking about. The exterior work, we're looking at adding the door to the front, foremost street elevation. That house used to have a entry portal years ago. I could not find any evidence of it photographically, but it's very clear when you researched how the building was built. So on the far right-hand side of that elevation you're looking at now, that those triple windows used to actually be a portal and an entry door. Now we're proposing to put an entry door in the middle. We are asking, we're going to redo the roof and stucco on this building, so we may have to raise a parapet. We're not asking to raise the roof, but a parapet on the backside of the building such that it's not visible from the street. And the reason for that is the roof doesn't have adequate slope to it. And in order to get the proper slope to get it to drain properly, we would like to get permission to raise a parapet. And I'm figuring that it's going to be between around 8 to 10 inches, but we don't know that until we get into it. Once again, though, this is on the backside of the building. It's not a primary view. And then we're adding an addition of a closet, which is also 10 foot back from a primary view and or primary elevation. And so that should comply. And then there's the issue of the parking out front. We did have a structural engineer do a study, which was attached. saying that, it's not adequate to support these 3 cars, even though they're parking every day on there. So it's a little precarious. And we would like to move the wall back just far enough to get 3 cars off the bridge, as you can see in that site plan. Trying to think of what else. Yeah, the window report, if you read it, the windows are in very poor condition. Naturally, as you've heard in many other projects that come across your board, that it's very expensive to try to rebuild these windows. Many of them are beyond 60% as far as falling apart, and some of them are completely inoperable. We would replace them in like with very similar, or we can probably do exactly the same light patterns. And I think I covered it all. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nacklin. I think we're about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Clara, so we've had testimony from both staff and from the applicant. Board members, are there any clarification questions for Angela about scope or for the applicant about the project and the presentation? Member Benjamin.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Just a quick clarification from either or of Angela and the applicant on the windows. The report was confusing to me. It states that the windows are not rotted beyond repair in one section, and then it indicates that removal of the windows, though, is likely to result in their destruction, at least as to some of them. So it's just not clear to me what the report is actually telling us about whether or not these windows are repairable and restorable or not. Can you, either one of you, clarify that?
I can attempt to clarify that. I believe that what he means when I was out there with him is that there are a few windows that technically can be rebuilt, but in the process of removing them to have them rebuilt in the way that they've been installed, and he noticed that that there's no way to get the windows out without a destructive manner to get them out. For lack of better words, taking a sledgehammer to them because they're so they're basically set into the walls in such a way that he didn't see a simple way to get them out without further damaging them. In other words, they're very fragile right now, the way that they are. So.
Okay, and then Angela, was your response to that you would want to wait to see whether or not which windows, if any, were actually destroyed in that process, as opposed to being removed and yet still becoming restorable, before making a decision as to whether in-kind replacement across the board would be appropriate?
If I can sort through that, the window assessment does indicate that some of the windows are repairable. The applicant has just described what was meant by replacement and how that could lead to destruction, because it is so many. Well, first, let me say, if the building is characterized by these historic windows, they're not obviously the material of them, but the different light patterns, and there's a mix. So any window replacement needs to be predicated on a window that would be destroyed in order to replace it. And there are windows within the building that can be repaired. And I leave it to the applicant and the board to provide guidance on that based on that window assessment.
How would we distinguish between those two categories?
Well, I think that if you go on that list that was provided by the person who inspected them, it spells out which windows are potentially salvageable and which ones aren't, and we would have to abide by that list. He's far more of an expert at that than I am. So I can look at a window and say, yeah, there's no way that can be rebuilt, but he stated very clearly which ones can be removed and which can't. And I think those are the ones he's maybe suggesting that, could be potentially rebuilt. I would like to keep it consistent if you're saving one or two windows in the field of a lot of brand new windows, it might be a strange mix. I haven't seen that done before. So for consistency's sake, I think we're asking to replace them all just to keep the building very nice and consistent, keep the coloration of each window exactly the same, which we're planning to match the colors and the light patterns. But of course, that's up to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member Beachhead.
Yeah, just continuing this conversation, I believe the primary facades, which are 1, 2, 3, and 7, are all on units 113 and 113 and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, except for
111.
Okay, so I was just trying to correlate the primary facades to the window assessment report, because we do have a requirement of the code that historic windows on primary facades should be repaired or restored whenever possible. So with respect to 113 and 113 and a half, I see in the report that windows N and P, which I think are on, maybe Mark can tell us, are on maybe, I think facade number 2, are rotted over 50% and would need to be replaced. So I think the others are repairable or could be restored. And then maybe Mark, you can help us with what windows are on facade number 7 in unit 111. I don't see anything in the report that says that those are rotted beyond repair.
I don't have the report in front of me, unfortunately, and the only way I can do this Zoom is via my phone, so everything's very tiny. So once again, I refer to that report. So if they say that the windows can be repaired, naturally we would try. But I would suppose that if during the process of removing windows that they just simply fall apart, one of the concerns that they had was that there's a lot of water coming in on several of the different windows, getting into the wall. And so what he was also talking about was like when you frame a window opening, you have a header and jamb and you have a sill, and that in many cases the windows are attached to that physically, and you would end up destroying that portion of the windows that are attached to it as well. So it's a tricky situation, and naturally, you guys aren't supposed to, or we're not ever supposed to discuss the cost of it as not being feasible. But really, technically, it's not feasible at some point to try to rebuild a window, and that's why we're pressing for full window replacement. Although we're willing to compromise and just replace the ones that we can't fix if it comes down to that, and perhaps an inspection by the historic division, field inspector would, have something to say about that, during the process of removing the windows. Otherwise, I don't know how else we prove that.
And when you say the proposal for replacement, that's rebuilding wood windows with same light patterns, same material, same sizes. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, like windows. But we haven't discussed that we would replace them, perhaps with something a little less maintenance involved. But we can certainly do full wood windows, but they may have a coating on the outside that would prevent them from further, deteriorating over time. Be it a special paint or cladding or whatever the board sees fit.
Yeah, just for the benefit of the board, I believe in the past when we've allowed replacement in kind, we've required the primary facades to be exactly in kind, no cladding or actual true to the original material.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Member Larson.
Thanks. Just a quick question. I also am a little concerned about the clarity of this. I'd like to know if you've considered the cost of replacing these in kind with wood windows, or if that is something that you would only consider based on the board's decision tonight.
Well, obviously, replacing it 100% in kind would mean uninsulated glass. it would mean, completely wood on the outside, which is, doable. Today's manufacturers, the wood does hold up much better and the coatings are much better. But naturally, if we go to replace it, we would want to use insulated glass opposed to single pane because, there's a definite advantage to that. So from the outside of the building, it would look exactly the same, but the glass would be thicker.
Okay, I'm also curious if you consider, a single pane with a storm window, which is, that would significantly improve the performance of the window and also protect the window, reducing your maintenance upkeep cost. But I'd also reiterate that, just because it's, not dual pane, not aluminum clad, doesn't mean that it performs less, less to your satisfaction, but it just requires more maintenance, and a storm window would reduce that burden.
Right. The biggest issue with the storm windows is naturally because they get put in as a large unit, and these are rental units, and so it's more like a fire safety egress issue. Every bedroom needs to have an egress window in it, so there is some concern about that. And of course, during the summertime, when you take down those storm windows, they need to be stored away too. So it's more a logistics issue than anything.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Thank you, Member Larson. Member Beachai, did you have a comment?
I was just going to point out that the code does allow for double paned glass to be used when repairing windows in kind.
Okay.
Correct. And in kind, would be reconstructing the window or building new windows to match in kind, in materials and in style, the windows that were there. The code does allow for the inclusion of insulated glass. The relative benefit of that may be debatable. And storm windows, particularly interior storm windows, are not incompatible with emergency egress from sleeping spaces. So I appreciate Member Larson's comments. I will turn this over to public comment. Members of the public wishing to speak. Stephanie Beninato. Stephanie.
Yeah, hi. Sorry, it took a few minutes to get the unmute. I agree with the discussion that has occurred so far about replacement in kind of the windows on the primary facades. I am also opposed to having that door on the facade facing Delgado Street. I think it significantly changes the look of the building and of that facade. And I think it is the windows, the set of windows itself, that gives it the sort of character defining feature. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Gayla Bechtel. Gayla, I think you need to be sworn in.
Okay. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Gayla Bechtel, 1813 Hano Road.
Thank you.
I would just have a general comment about replacement windows. When you replace these old, I don't know, 100-year-old windows or 80-year-old windows that were made with hardwood that was an old growth wood, most likely, and then replace them with the kind of wood that we now use in windows, these windows will have to be replaced again in 10 to 12 years. I think the warranty for a new window is only about 8 years. And so in terms of financial cost, I'm not sure it really works out in the end. And then historically, once you've replaced these windows, they're gone. And so I highly encourage my clients and everyone that I get a chance to talk to about historic windows to repair them. Thank you.
Thank you, Gayla. I believe we have the owner with us now, Nancy Waite. If you're going to provide testimony, you will need to be sworn
in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Nancy Waite, and my address is P.O. Box 104, Tasuki, New Mexico, 87574.
Thank you.
Ms. Waite, what would you like to share with us?
Well, I appreciate all that's been said, and some of it's been somewhat enlightening as to repairing old windows. I have been looking after this place since my mother bought it, more or less, since the early 70s, and nothing has been done to any of the place to keep it in shape and keep it upscale so that it's safe and everything. And we've been trying to do that all along a little bit in the last 20 years. And, you know, I really want to maintain the look of the whole place on Delgado. And I do appreciate keeping old, old wood, old looking places, because you don't want to just demolish everything and then just put in a new place. You do want to maintain things, and that happens so much that things get destroyed and a new look comes into being. But I don't want to do that with this. I just want, it's a residential all along Delgado right now. All the residentials have become businesses or Airbnbs. I don't want to do that with this little complex. And there's 4 units in there. There's only 3 parking spaces because they made the parking on the street only 2 hours long. So everybody's juggling. And so, you know, I've decided to make the 4 units into 3 units so that each one has a parking spot. I don't know if we're talking about the bridge yet or that's going to come up, but we'll talk about the windows because that's what you're doing right now. And I want to make this place safe and energy efficient for current residents and all future residents for at least another 50 years. I don't think I agree with Gail so much, but she has much more experience than I, although I have built my house here in Tasuki, and they're all double pane windows, and they've been in there for at least 20, 25 years, and they've been fine. I don't want to replace these windows with a cheaper version of the window. I do want to keep the look of everything so that it harmonizes with the whole structure of this property, and obviously properties down the rest of the street, although they've got higher walls and you can't see them as well.
Thank you, Ms. Waite. We're at 2 minutes. We're at 2 minutes and we've already had testimony for this case. Thank you for your comments. We've had public comment. We've had the applicant present. Board members, are there any additional questions either about the scope of the project or the exceptions being sought before you make a motion? Member Beachot.
I will take a shot at making a motion if there's not further discussion. I'll just say, to preface my motion, that the HICP report for this property specifically calls out the west principal facade where the door replacement is, or the window replacement with the door is proposed. It cites the near symmetrical windows that has experienced little change over the years, and specifically refers to the historic 8-light wood casements, which are also repeated on other facades, including the south primary facade. So with respect to the motion, I move in case number 2021-004458 HDRB at 111 Delgado Street, to approve the application with some exceptions. I move to approve, I'll just use the staff report. Item number 1, replace the window on the west facade with a door. I would deny that request based on the primary facade status and the HICP report, which which I just alluded to. Item number 2, the addition of the stoop and eyebrow goes with that. I would also say that the exception criteria for that change has not been met, as the original configuration is still intact with an entrance that should suffice. I don't see a hardship criteria being satisfied in this case. I move to approve item number 3, which is the addition. Item number 4, which is the window replacement. I move to require the applicant to restore or repair all windows on the primary facades, which are the western facades numbers 2 and 7, the north facade number 3, and the south facade number 1. The other windows may be replaced, as proposed. And then the rest of the application, item number 5, the raising of the parapets, item number 6, the revision to the parking, and item number 7, the restuccoing, I move to approve.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I will second with, I guess it's a friendly amendment to maybe this isn't something that needs to be clarified by the board, but I think we should approve the use of storm windows if possible.
Sure, I'll accept that as friendly. Do you want to leave it to the discretion of the applicant?
Yes, with, I think yes, with the applicant.
Sure, I'll accept that as friendly. Thank you.
And Member Bichai, do you want to require updated drawings submitted to staff?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please, Melissa?
Yes. Member Bichai?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Member Larson, you're muted.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Good luck with your project. Okay, moving on to new business. The next case is 851 Old Santa Fe Trail. It's in the downtown and east side historic district. Angela, this is your case, and I just want to make sure that your applicant or applicants are here before you begin.
Yeah, the applicant is Grant Alexander.
Wonderful. Okay, Angela, do you want to start, please?
Yes, I'm viewing Carly's screen. Okay, let me see. Share. That off. Okay. So I trust you can see the screen. This is 851 Old Santa Fe Trail. It's in the downtown and east side historic district. It looks like this from the street. Old Santa Fe Trail. Inside the wall, it looks like this. That is the other end of the building, south elevation. This is the rear, the north elevation, and this is the western end of the south elevation. This is a historic status case. It needed to be reviewed and primaries designated as applicable. As it is, it's non-contributing. And the applicant has provided the evolutionary footprint, if you will. Noted in yellow is the original portion of the house, 1946. And then it organically grew quite a bit. The next addition was here, 1955, and then over to the east elevation here. And in 1965, there was more heated space added there, as well as in 1975, they kept going. This was a carport. And then in 1989, a second story was added here. Let's see. So bear with me. Staff recommends the historic status be non-contributing for the designation of significant and contributing structures, section 14-5.2C. And that is based on my opinion that there have been so many different kinds of incremental additions and extensive alterations, some historic, some not, particularly including its second story, the greenhouse, and the undivided light windows and doors. Staff believes that the building does not maintain sufficient historic integrity to establish and maintain the character of the historic district. Its additions exceed over 50% of its original footprint. So with that, I conclude my report.
Thank you, Angela. In the interest of time, I'm going to move on to the applicant and then have the board ask if there are, or ask any relevant questions. Mr. Alexander, you need to be sworn in.
Hello.
Hi. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name's Grant Alexander. My address is 2327 Calle Tranquilo.
Thank you.
Hi, Grant.
Hi.
Do you have anything to add to Angela's presentation?
So I guess just for clarity, this is just talking about the historic status?
Correct.
Okay. No, I guess the only question I would have was what on the front yard wall as to whether this wall has these stone pillars that seem very uncharacteristic that are not shown. I've never seen anywhere else in Santa Fe. And if just for clarity, if the property is designated non-contributing, would those stone elements need to remain?
Angela, the wall does not have any status currently?
Correct.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for staff or for the applicant? I'm going to take it to public comment. Any members of the public wishing to comment? Stephanie Benenato.
Stephanie Benenato. It seems to me that, again, we're forgetting that any of those additions up until 1965 are historic. So there's actually a very large part of the house that is historic, not the second story and not the 1975 part. And certainly that north elevation, it is very contemporary looking. But there is one facade on I think it's the south side, that does seem characteristic of the house itself. I can't obviously scroll through your slides. No, I think it's a one-story elevation, maybe the one above it, if you could try that one. Yeah, I think that itself, I know the door or whatever, the door there is not in good condition. I mean, the wood would have to be replaced, but that to me is the elevation that probably should be preserved, if any. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Back to the board. Further discussion or a motion in this case? Board members. Member Larson.
I appreciate Ms. Benenato's comments. I think also that is, a significant portion, and my fellow board members may disagree, but I do believe the overall integrity and historic character of this house has not been retained to an extent that I would see it as contributing to the character of the district. So if if it's all right, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
In case number 2022-005031 HDRB address 851 Old Santa Fe Trail, I move to designate the status as non-contributing per staff's recommendation.
Member Beachhead?
I will second.
Thank you. Melissa, roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, Melissa. We'll move on to the next case, 851 Old Santa Fe Trail, the same property, downtown and East Side Historic District. Angela, this is again your case.
Thank you, Chair. You know the house, you've seen the photos. These are the floor plans. The applicant proposes to create a freestanding garage in the rear of the property. This is Old Santa Fe Trail out here, and enclose or further enclose the carport with the plywood on the west elevation into heated office space. Grant has a nice proposal. I'll let him describe. If you turn it, and I'll turn it over to him. But I will say that I do recommend approval because it complies with the general design standards for all the districts, as well as the downtown and east side historic standards.
Thank you, Angela. Grant, take it away.
Great. Can I share my screen?
Should be yours now.
Let's see here. All right. So I will cut to the chase on some of this stuff. We've seen the exterior pictures. So the again, this is the site plan of the house. This is the old carport that we're talking about turning into an office, and that here's where we'll be adding the garage in the back. Facing the south facade, we would be adding divided light windows and doors to the front facade. This is the side facade where we'll be repairing the wood planked wall, adding a divided light window to this facade. And then to the rear, we're going to be removing these two unhistoric windows, replacing them with one larger divided light window that also will function for egress, for emergency egress out of the bedroom, as well as adding a divided light and side light assembly here under the carport, tucked just up against the existing beam structure. And then for the garage portion, it is a rectangle. We are trying to simulate an extra deep facade to the front of this with a lot of shading to try and give a, again, the characteristic of, it will be built out of concrete block, but the thickness of adobe. One facade has a door and a window, and then the rear facade has a door for storage. And we're using stucco. There was a miscommunication here. This is not Stowe, but El Rey. La Luz for the stucco color. The existing trim would be that's painted blue. We'd be painting it a similar color, but blue. We would be providing a weathered wood finish on the wood paneling. And the idea is to have the garage door, which again is not publicly visible, be a darker bronze color.
This is a paneled wood door, or is it a glass wood door?
We're talking about for the garage?
Yeah, the garage door.
Glass.
It's a glass door in a wood frame?
No, metal frame.
Okay. And what is the finish on the metal frame?
That's this,
I see.
Hillside color.
Thank you. Thank you. Clarifying. Board members, any clarifying questions for Angela or for the applicant? If not, I'll take it to public comment. Members of the public wishing to speak on this case? Seeing none, I will throw it back to the board for any additional discussion, questions, or a motion. Member Larson.
Just to ask, the garage, or how visible is this house from the street view?
So we have that.
Is it possible you could pull up the photo?
So this is the
Angela?
garage, the opening.
Okay.
So this is what you can see from the fence. The fence conceals all of the house except the second story addition. So the
Okay,
garage is
and
back
would you be
behind
able
this.
to, could you pull up the elevation for that proposal just one more time, please?
Sure.
Of that section. Great, thank you. So the weathered wood is sort of a like tongue and groove kind of thing with that weathered wood.
Yeah, so the idea is to, you know, this presumably used to be able to drive through this when it was initially designed, and they replaced it with these wood paneling. The wood's not in great shape, so we'll probably have to replace it, but it's not tongue and groove now, it's just laid next to each other. But,
Mhm.
you know, we're open to suggestions on the treatment of that.
Yeah, I think the weathered wood maybe not in keeping with, you know, the Spanish Pueblo revival very much. So I guess I would suggest, you know, a stain or maybe a paint finish as opposed to the rustic kind of weathered look. Would you be open to that?
Yeah, I mean, it's currently painted. I think the idea was to have a
Mhm.
little more contrast,
Mhm.
materiality there, but
I think that's Member Larson, I think it's a good suggestion. I think it's in keeping with the kind of changes made over time and that this something that was a portal or a drive-through area being infilled, keeping that existing look seems to make sense.
yeah, I mean, that was the goal. I mean, we're okay with stucco too, if we want to remove that whole thing, but it seemed like it was better to kind of keep it like it
And Grant,
looks.
this wouldn't be like T111, it would be actual wood planks or tongue and groove as
Yes, actual wood
suggested.
planks.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other board members have any comments? Can I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion. In case 2022-005029 HGRB 851 Old Santa Fe Trail, I move to approve the application with the following conditions. And of course sorry, my page is loading with the items. I was going to go through each item. And sorry, PrimeGov is lagging on my end.
You're fine.
Just a moment, please. But I think my clarifications as this loads, we're just going to be, okay, here we go. So approving item 1, approving item 2, with the wood planking being either stained or painted with staff's approval. And to clarify number 6, that it will be El Rey Lilus, and the other items also approved.
Do I have a second?
Beach, I have a second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Sorry, I'm having trouble with my video, but if you can hear me, I vote yes.
Thank you. And
Thank
Member
you.
Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, Melissa. Grant, good luck with your case.
Thank you.
Your project, I should say. Next case is 830 El Caminito, downtown and East Side Historic District. This is Daniel's case. Daniel, is your applicant present?
My applicant is Mr. Vigil.
If the applicant is present and in the attendee group, please raise your hand. If not, we will have to move on to other cases.
I don't see Annette Vigil listed here.
Board members, can I have a motion to move on to the next case and postpone this one until the applicant is present?
So moved by Larson.
Second,
I'll,
please.
I'll second that and maybe just clarify that we postpone it until after the next hearing the next case, so that they're not pushed to the end of the agenda.
Yes, and I would just say as long as they're present.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
and Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, Melissa. Next case is 619 Acequia Madre, downtown and East Side Historic District. Daniel, this is your case also. Is your app? I believe your applicant.
Yes, Richard Martinez is the applicant.
Okay. Please go ahead and present the overview of the case.
So Acequia Madre 619 is on the corner of Acequia Madre and Calle Corvo. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, okay. This is the layout of the footprint of the house. The western, I'm just trying to get my bearings. Yeah, well, this is the western portion of the house, is the original house that extends to this line here, basically. And this is a non-historic addition from 2012. The task today is to assign primary facades and possibly to contribute to give status to a wall. This is the east elevation. This is Calle Corvo. You're looking at the non-historic portion of the house. This is, I'll skip one slide. This is the main front elevation of the house, the south elevation. This is the historic portion of the house. There's a historic portal and window and a door with a very interesting design. I think that is in your packet. I didn't put it in the PowerPoint presentation with a kind of a lightning bolt design. This is the rear of the house. If you refer to your packet, the facade, this is facade number 3. Sorry, and this is the non-historic portion of the building. I'm sorry, the slides are perhaps not the best chosen, but maybe I should pull up the packet. I think that maybe the applicant is going to also take you through the various facades. The proposal is for facades 1A and 1B. That's these primary, essentially 2 sections of this front. This is 1A on the right and 1B on the left, or east and west. Those should be primary. And I'm also recommending facade number 3, which we looked at, this facade. And I've noted 5, but I think I need to retract that because that was a mistake. That's in the rear of the portion of the building. So
Daniel, two questions for you. The building is already statused as contributing?
Yes, so the building is status contributing. I'm looking to designate primary facades. We also have this historic wall that extends along Acequia Madre and also along Calle Corvo. Although if we go back to this photo, this portion where it goes in and wraps around the carport is a non-historic portion of the wall. But the recommendation is that the historic portions of the wall, which extend certainly the entire length of Calle Acequia Madre, plus some portion of Calle Corvo, be designated contributing due to their historic value.
Thank you. Daniel, when the addition was reviewed by H board, were primary facades not identified at that time?
No, they weren't.
Even though the addition appears to be set back 10 feet and all that?
Yes, well, that is true. The practice, I think at that time there was an assumption that the front was the primary, but the board at that time didn't designate primary facades.
And the rear facades that you have identified at 3 and 5, are these publicly visible?
3 and 5 are not.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, I believe that I made a mistake in writing the number 5, because the number 5 doesn't really is a rear purely functional facade. So 1A, 1B, and 3 would be my recommendation.
Thank you. Board members, do you want to ask Daniel clarification questions, or do you want to wait until we have applicant weigh in?
I would ask a question of Daniel.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair Guida. Daniel, it struck me, first of all, yes, thank you on 5. I was wondering why you had designated or recommended 5. 3 is somewhat perplexing to me, since this doesn't seem to be publicly visible and doesn't seem particularly contributing to the historical interest of the property. But the 1A and 1B clearly would be primary, but it struck me in looking at the property that 11, if you can show that, was a very important facade as well, particularly as it interacted with 1A and 1B. It's really what you see from Acequia Madre and Calle Corvo is that corner.
Yeah, I don't have a photo here in the presentation. I would, I can stop my share and then get the packet up if you prefer.
Well,
otherwise, I think there's an argument to that, to what you said. Probably Mr. Martinez may also have a show with
sure. Yeah, the only reason I was just jumping to get a question to you first was just to see what your specific thoughts were for not designating or recommending 11 as primary.
I'm open to revisiting that.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you.
Oh,
Member Beachhead.
So no, I'm happy to wait until after the applicant speaks. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard, I believe you've already been sworn in.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
What do you have to add to Daniel's presentation?
I just want, I agree with the front of the building, 1A and 1B. 5, as he said, is the back of the building and not visible. But number 3, the facade number 3, according to the report that Daniel did, it says facade 3 contains historic doors and windows and has no character defining features. And so I would recommend that number 3, the facade number 3, not be a primary facade. One of the things that you may have noticed when you went to the house is that there is some repairs that have to be done to the primary facades. The portal is in really bad shape and it's not historic. And actually, because of the way the house is sited on the property, all of the or a lot of the private open space is in the front of the house, and so that's one of the things that has to be addressed as we go along. The wall that front on Acequia Madre, I just want to point out that it is very close to the road and doesn't allow for any pedestrians to occupy that part of the road without walking in the street. But other than that, I just stand for questions. Thank you.
Board members, any questions for Richard or for Daniel? Member Benvenu.
Well, maybe this is an inappropriate question now that my hand is raised. I was going to follow up with that comment about the wall, because I hadn't thought about that, the wall being the issue, but I know from having spent a lot of time on Calle Corvo and Acequia Madre that is an extremely dangerous area for pedestrians. And it's true, there's just nowhere to go. And it's a big problem. And it hadn't occurred to me today that the wall was the issue. So I don't think it's probably appropriate to find out if there's plans for the wall. But since it's been brought up, I'd like to know from the applicant if they consider that wall to be a major safety hazard.
We do have plans for the wall. We want to somehow provide a sidewalk on that side of the street. So, because as you know, the sidewalk stops right at the edge of our property, and kids are going to the school. People are going, walking up the street, and there's no sidewalk on the other side of the street, right. And it narrows quite dramatically at the point where our house is. The street narrows quite dramatically. So not only are pedestrians forced to walk in the street, but the street is also very narrow at that point. So I understand if this board is going to make that wall contributing, but we are going to come back with some proposal for that.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. And I was going to add the same thing, that the mere fact that it is designated contributing doesn't mean that an exception can't be requested and for alteration or demolition. So, and it just means the standards have to be satisfied for that. Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you. Daniel, you had a comment?
Is my microphone on? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I was looking for the corresponding facade photo, but I haven't yet found it. I did want to say, stepping into my former role as a traffic planner in Europe, the problem is not the wall, the problem is the design of the street. So the street is much wider than it needs to be. The cars go far too fast. That's got nothing to do with a historic wall. So there are a dozen solutions that any traffic planner that could come up with that would save the wall.
Thank you for sharing that, Daniel. Just a comment from my side of things. And I think the board knows I'm not very fond of designating walls as contributing, except in very special circumstances. And I'd add to that primary facade designations for me really do are related to the contributing to the neighborhood or district aspect of the work that we're doing in designating these. Just because something is old does not necessarily mean to me that it should be made primary unless it's contributing to the streetscape and the character of the neighborhood. Are there any other questions or comments from board members before we take this to the public? Members of the public, anybody care to comment? I don't see any hands raised, so I'll bring it back to the board for a motion. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. I'll make a motion in case number 2022-005052, HDRB 619 Acequia Madre. I move that facades 1A, 1B, and 11 be designated primary, and the historic wall be designated as contributing.
Do we have a second?
Beach, I will second that with a friendly amendment to exclude the non-historic portal on 1A, and to specifically call out the vintage tongue and groove door with this screen with the lightning bolt motif, and to exclude the non-historic portions of the wall.
Yeah, except that I meant to include the portal as being excluded, and the other amendments are acceptable as well.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Okay, next case is 220 Rodriguez Street, downtown East Side Historic District. Daniel, this is also your case. Member Beachside, did you have a?
Sorry, a point of order. I think we were planning to check if the
Oh, I'm
applicant.
sorry. I'm sorry. Daniel is your, thank you for reminding me. Daniel is your applicant for 830 El Caminito here.
I don't see her. Her name is Annette V. Hill. I don't see her on the list.
I don't see that name in the list. Let's proceed to 220 Rodriguez then, and we'll come back to this.
Okay, this is 220 Rodriguez. This is in portions a very old structure dating back to the end of the 19th century. Some portions existed and then were again demolished. Today we get this deceptively unified picture of the main facade, which is attributed to the non-historic green shutters, which are fake. They're real postmodernism. They're just wood rectangles that are stuck on the sides of the windows. The building actually has two distinct sections that can be seen on this facade. On the right here, you see there are these Viga ends. This is the oldest portion, which is shown down here in the diagram, pre-1912. And then some time before 1935, this second portion was added. Here's another close-up of the facade. The windows are historic, but you can see of different sizes. These two on the left, I think, are the same size, and then they get kind of a decrescendo to the right. The door, I believe, is non-historic. Then we have the, let's call it here facade number 2 in the staff report. This is facade number 2. I think it's west. Which actually comprises 2 building faces, but ends up being one front. There is a door here, not regarded, in my opinion, to have character-defining features. In terms of the character-defining features here, unfortunately, you would exclude the non-historic pretend shutters. They're really in the rhythm of the windows, except for the decrescendo, or including the decrescendo and these Viga ends, and possibly the canales. On the now we're here on the east side. We see some sense of the history. I wouldn't call this a character-defining facade. Here we have another also somewhat confusing picture. Viga ends. I believe the Vigas extend into the structure. There's a boarded up window, which is painted to give some kind of design unity, but in fact, it's just a piece of plywood. It is set back, revealing the thick adobe wall. That would be, for me, character defining. Here you see it with the door as well. And another window is hiding here behind the stucco, visible from the inside of the building. Over on this facade, I haven't put the photograph in the presentation. There are 2 non-historic windows. So in my opinion, my recommendation is for 1A and 1B, that's the front, and number 4, that's this facade, to be designated as primary. And I encourage the board to think about what, well, obviously historic material is what is under protection on a primary facade, but the character defining features here are not as straightforward as one might think. That is my report.
And which of these facades are publicly visible?
Just for your clarification, public visibility is not a factor in designating primary facades. Having said that, this facade and the west facade are publicly visible.
Thank you. Board members, if there aren't any immediate questions for Daniel, we can go to the applicant. Daniel, your applicant is here, Stephanie Sandston.
Stephanie Sandston, yep.
Okay.
Stephanie, you'll need to be sworn in.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Stephanie, you're muted.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry.
We can.
Thank
Yes.
you. I have Gayla here with me who did the historic report, and she's helping me with the discussion. If I can also hand this to her.
Okay, I will swear you in, and I already swore in Ms. Beck. So, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Stephanie Sandston, and our address is 225 East de Vargas at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Stephanie. What do you have to add to Daniel's presentation?
Oh, I just wanted to say before Gayla speaks is that we're having, she did a lot of great research, and also what I found with the neighbor is that the north facade has been added to in the 70s, and this facade, and it's falling down as well. I'm having Crocker has been done an assessment, and I'll get you the report as soon as it comes back. But the parapet and the face, the footings are gone. The vigas are in good shape. Anyway, so we're looking at options of how to save it and rebuild it out of Adobe. I know that doesn't have to do with this, but I think it's going to need a lot of work. That's my only, it's just been a storeroom and a workshop from the very get-go. And in the report that Gayla presents, and I'll hand it off to her, she shows records in the city that it was unimproved as far back as even when they had made some improvements in the 60s, I believe. So there's really nothing's been done to it since for the last many, many years. So
got it. Thank you.
It hasn't been used that way. Thank you.
Okay, am I on?
Hi, Gayla.
Hello. I would like to share my screen.
You should have access now.
Let's see this one. Okay. This facade is the north facade, as you saw just now in Daniel's presentation. I would like to point out the concrete sheet that they put in at some point. The door is from I think the 90s, a Simpson door. Obviously this plywood, the vigas, and then this sort of wrinkle right here. One of the, see if I can go to the next slide. Just this way. So here are close-ups of the window and the door. And this is the interior of so this is the window that was just a second, was removed at some point. There is a sill, but that's about it. You can see this concrete parging. These are columns that they installed with a beam to support the existing vigas. This is another view of that window. And the same, I wanted to get to this window. There actually is no window. There's certainly remnants of an old window there. You can also see some more concrete parging. So all of this is to say to you that there is very little historic material left in this facade. And then the shape it's in is another question, though I know that that's not really part of the historic character. I would like to address the south-facing facade. I agree with Daniel that the shutters are non-historic. Unfortunately, these windows are mostly wood putty and paint. There's very little wood left, and I think that Ray's window report reflected that. However, they're lovely proportioned windows in a 20-inch adobe wall. Another view, and then here's the west facade. I wanted to get down here. So one of the reasons, this is from 1958, which is certainly a historic. So between 1958 and 1966, these two little pieces of structure, which were adjacent to the storeroom, basically, which is what it was called in the 60s in the assessor's cards, you can see that there was something else going on with this wall. So I would, while it's certainly historic material, before 1935, I don't know if it was an open facade, if it was an open porch, if it was a stables. There was some talk that there was a gold shop here, and people have been looking for that gold. Maybe that's why that dirt floor is still a dirt floor. But it's also been a storeroom. The people that lived here, the family just sold the house to Stephanie. He was a printer for the city and for the state capitol, so it could have been a printing place, but it's a non-heated storeroom that has been treated in a utilitarian way over the years. And what we have seen at the end of those years is the sort of hodgepodge of what we've come up with, which is this. So I think that's where that old shed was. It's a lovely wall. It is publicly visible, I think, from Rodriguez. Actually, there's 3 facades that are publicly visible, but from the Vigas down, there's not much that's original, I guess is my point. So I would recommend that it's not considered primary, but I do agree with Daniel that the south-facing facade is primary. Thank you.
Thank you, Gayla. Board members, any questions for Daniel or for the applicant? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. What about the west facade? Could you show us that? Because that's very visible from Rodriguez, and it's a very distinctive sort of blank adobe facade facing the road.
Yes, this was the prior to 1935, and then I think this is after 51 edition. This is the latest edition. This door is the only character defining feature on the west facade, and it is not a historic door. There was a bathroom that was kind of shoehorned into this building. These were 2 separate rooms until now. There are 2 separate rooms. So it's certainly historic, but I'm not sure what character defining feature we would say other than the wall itself.
Yeah, well, that's exactly, I think, the point. I think the blankness of the wall is itself the character defining feature of that facade. And the door is non-historic. What about the opening? Do you have any idea when that was? What that
No, I don't.
Okay. What is it?
It's not clear from the aerial photographs that I have. Let me just see. You know, the opening, you can sort of see it on the 69, and you can see the opening, and there's something, maybe that pipe even next to it, but I don't know that, and so that's historic. 69 would be historic. So it is a historic opening. It's just the materials that make that opening are not historic.
What's on the other side of the door?
The other side of the door.
Yeah, what does it open into?
It's a room with a bathroom. It's like a little tiny, I think it might have been like a little tiny bedroom or something. I mean, the rooms are tiny, as you know, as they were back in the day. And you know, it was basically 4 rooms, 3 of which were connected by doors, and then the storeroom was its own room. It was not connected to any of them.
Okay, great, thanks. And where did you find all those wonderful, curious artifacts?
Stephanie would have to answer that, but she found them as they were taking up the floor and doing the sort of initial renovation or demolition or whatever, you know, as they go.
Well, thanks for providing the photos. They were fun. Thanks.
They're fun, yeah.
Thank you. If there are no further board member comments, I'll throw it to the public for public comment. Any members of the public wishing to speak? Stephanie Benenato.
Stephanie Benenato. I guess I get a little disturbed by trying to talk about what's inside the house as opposed to what's outside, or that, again, I appreciate member Bienvenu's question about that one facade that is blank. And I think that is very typical, especially in that area of, you know, coming up to one side where there's really no windows at all. And I think if the opening is historic, over time, things need to be replaced. So if you have a 100-year-old building, probably over that time, the door is going to get replaced. So that's what happens. It's part of making it livable. I don't think that makes it not contributing or not primary, excuse me. And I would, you know, again, urge you to look at these facades in that way and not talk about whether it's a newer window. I mean, example, in that storeroom where you have a window that's been covered in, and then you have one where the opening's there, and you can see it looks to be original, as is the door, which is very set back, even though the door itself is not. Again, I think it's worthy of consideration of whether it's primary. The interior, what it looks like, that is not what you're really looking at this point. So again, I'm asking that you look at, you know, the elements you're supposed to be looking at to determine primary facades. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Board members. Any further discussion or a motion?
I'd make a motion.
Please do.
Thank you. Case number 2022-005020 HDRB 220 Rodriguez Street. I would move to designate facades 1A, 1B, and 2 as primary, excluding the false shutters and the non-historical door.
Do I have a second?
Beachhead seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachhead?
Yes.
Member Bienvenu?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Daniel, case 830 El Caminito has your applicant.
I just spoke to the applicant. She's trying to call in. I can't guarantee you how long that's going to take, but we have been working on it for the last few minutes.
Okay. If she's not here, we'll move ahead to the next case, which is 72 West Marcy Street. Carly is presenting this case. Is your applicant here?
We have, where is he?
I see Eric
Enfield.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Eric. Let me go ahead and move him over so I don't have to juggle. Okay. And
Oh my God.
Thank you.
okay. All right. This is case number 22-005-015 HDRB at West Marcy Street. So we are looking at the corner of Lincoln and Marcy Street, this little L-shaped building. It's La Boca. It is non-contributing to the downtown East Side Historic District, but it is right next to a contributing building because this is an outdoor dining proposal. I think it's just important to consider what is in the streetscape. We have a little alley right beside it and this contributing building. Okay, here is a 1985 photograph, Santa Fe Gourmet. And the proposal is to add this little fence feature out front and with a raised deck. The plans are, as you can see here, this is the little raised deck. These are planters. And this is the fence feature. The reason the board is hearing this, and it's not an administrative approval, is the fence height actually goes to 4 feet 6 inches, and that is a distinguisher in our code. So this is what it looks like in elevation with the La Boca behind, the restaurant behind. And then here are planters and our umbrellas. Usually umbrellas are of this nature are also in the territory of administrative approval, but they are a part of the package and it's more seamless to run it through the board this way. All right, and we are also seeing some powder coated dark gray diamond plate. Here's the Trek decking that will be on top. There's wood rails with the metal post that are there to anchor the entire piece. Here's the galvanized steel planters, and staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies to the general design standards for all districts and for the downtown and east side. This is our first outdoor dining area, so we're kind of excited to see it move forward. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Carly. Quick question: the 4'6" is a board review condition, or does this require an exception?
It's 4 feet is what staff can approve. Once you go over 4 feet, it has to go to the board.
Got it. Thank you very much. Board members, with your permission, I'll go directly to the applicant in the interest of time, and then we can ask questions both of staff and of the applicant. Eric, do you have anything to add?
I would like to add a few things.
You may need to be signed in or.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Eric Enfield, 612 Old Santa Fe Trail.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add that we had looked at some more complicated sort of designs, and as we kind of looked at Canyon Road and places like the old Three Cities of Spain and stuff, we thought a simple rail would be the nicest thing to do. There were complications with building a roof structure also because of code issues with the fire department and proximity to adjacent buildings. And that prompted us to choose the umbrella option. And honestly, what we're trying to do is just make this look like a rail around the area. We aren't removing the existing flagstone that's there. There's no historic material. We're going to allow the water to flow under the deck. and between the posts will be structure, and the posts will extend down, and they'll be concrete but painted to match the rails. So I don't think you'll really be able to tell. And then that little section of the Trek deck is just over the road portion where we can anticipate we're also going to have potential water issues. So we want a pretty tight ship above the asphalt below, because we still have to allow the drainage to pass through. We aren't proposing any lights. We're talking about doing little lights on the tables. Electricity out there was going to be complicated also with permitting, etc. And James is happy to do this. There's just one thing I want to add, and that is we're going to be breaking the galvanized finish off those planters with a muriatic acid wash so that they're not shiny and they're dull. And I can see what James will be doing there. He'll have tons of herbs in those boxes as you walk by, and fragrance coming out of those boxes. And I just stand to answer any questions the board may have. I spaced the posts to allow protection of the occupants on the steel post with a 5 foot and a 4 foot spacing. And I guess that's about it. I'd stand ready to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate the simplicity of this. The Trex decking and the rail, which is a combination, I heard, of wood and metal, will they be two different colors?
The wood rail and the wood posts are all the same color. And the Trek deck is kind of a grayish wash to match the flagstone in front.
Got it.
Because I didn't want to pull the flagstone out.
Got it. Thank you. Board members, questions for Carly or for Eric? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Just quick question on the post. What, I didn't quite understand the last answer. What is the finish on the metal posts on the corners?
It'll be paint to match the dark walnut finish on the wood rails and balusters.
Okay, so it's
a dark bronze. I think we call it out as a dark walnut. Oh, there it is. Yeah, dark walnut.
Is it your intent to make it contrast, or to look like the metal and the wood, or if you weren't looking closely, are the same material?
I like the fact that when you look at it from a distance, you don't know whether it's metal or wood.
Okay, and is the reason you're doing metal because you're putting them into the footings?
We're putting them into the asphalt. We're also going to pour them with concrete.
And that's why you're using metal instead of wood for posts?
Yes.
Okay.
It's also for safety. It's primarily for safety.
And the just the detail on the rails, what could you describe one of the individual spindles or whatever we'll call them?
Oh yeah, the balusters. I think that's called out on the plan. They're
I didn't see that, but I'm sure.
Oh, the posts are 6 by 6, and you can see the top and bottom rails are 2 by 6s, and the balusters would be 2 by 2s. Typically, I put them at an angle to increase the profile.
Okay, so they're 2 by 2 at an angle with no other design elements in them.
No, we haven't decided to carve each individual baluster yet, but who knows? Yeah. We might. No, I don't think we will.
I'm not suggesting that you should.
Oh, I thought you were making a design suggestion.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I would prefer not, actually. In this case.
It's going to be simple.
Yeah. And then the galvanized planters, is the reason you're using the metal planters just to have, because of their location, and so you don't want something more permanent there?
Well, the truth of it is there's a lot of traffic on that street too. And I think if you had a hard post and rail that came into that sidewalk, it would make it much harder as a pedestrian to feel comfortable walking by. But when you're walking by a planter with plants, I think it's a nice presentation.
Mm-hmm.
And the client agreed, or I wouldn't be presenting this.
Yeah, I guess I was wondering more about the choice of materials, because it's, as opposed to something that's more consistent with the railing. Is there any reason why you're choosing the galvanized planters rather than wood, for example?
Well, kind of the farm look.
Okay. Yeah,
You
They
know,
look like waterers, farm waters. Yeah.
I mean, we certainly, could put a wood box around them, but I think I would go with the planters first and see if the simplicity works. And if it doesn't, we could trim it out with a wood frame around it.
Mm-hmm.
There's always that option.
Yeah, they strike me as discordant, but it's just my view. Thanks for your answers. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll throw it over to the public. Any members of the public wishing to comment? Stephanie Beninato.
Stephanie Beninato. I am not sure, but I'm thinking that the enclosures over 4 feet, right? It's 4.5 feet. And really, I thought the idea was that you're sitting out there enjoying the street view. You're sitting down. I don't understand how you get, maybe you'll see through the slats, but it really is a very off-putting, we're taking over this space. It is no longer public space. I don't even know that the sidewalk between the La Boca and this eating area will be actually welcoming and available to pedestrians. And I really am concerned about the lack of concern about pedestrians and where pedestrians go when servers come flying out of La Boca with a tray of goods and they're walking through there. Again, I think it's a very high railing. The one that we're seeing in this photo is like maybe 2 feet high. Yeah, if they had a 2 foot, maybe 2.5 foot railing around the eating space, I think that's much more in keeping with the openness of downtown. And again, that the fact that it is a public space, unless La Boca has actually bought that street, it is public. And I wonder how easily this kind of improvement, in quotes, can be removed. And I just have to say that I find that the outside eating has caused, particularly the plaza area, to become a lot more grungy. I think that was the word I was trying to find a few weeks ago. It's just grungy. And you never get the food remains and spilled liquid out of the pavers. And it has really, really become grungy in my opinion.
We're at 2 minutes, Stephanie. Thank you. Michelle Henry, I believe you need to be sworn in.
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you. Mr. Chair, board members, my name is Michelle Henry. My address is P.O. Box 8370 in Santa Fe 87504. I wanted to speak in support of this proposal. With regard to the height of the fence, I am a customer of La Boca and a customer of outdoor dining, and I like to feel safe when you're at those tables that are outside. I think the height is appropriate, and I think the safety of the diners is something to consider. With regard to the galvanized planters, the fact that Mr. Enfield referenced kind of washing them to where they're not shiny makes me more comfortable with them. And one of the things I love about La Boca is that interplay between the stuff that's historic and the stuff that is Spanish and is so old and so resonating, the food and all of that culture and kind of the hipness of it. And so with the galvanized planters and the umbrellas, I feel like there's a beautiful blend that keeps the streetscape of this part of Santa Fe exciting and makes that outdoor dining really possible. And that's going to be, I think, a bigger part of Santa Fe going forward are these parklets, these outdoor dinings, because we just don't know when we can eat safely indoor anymore. It's kind of this crazy point in time. But now that that door has opened to outdoor dining, I think we're going to see customer demand to have those options available. So I want to urge your support of this proposal. I know it's your first parklet that you're looking at, but I think this is a beautiful project, and I hope you will approve it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. Eric, you had an additional comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair Guido. Hadn't said that before, I don't think. I guess Cecilia's out tonight. I just wanted to remind the board that the rail at the dining level isn't 4'6" high. It's actually under 4 feet high. you can see the top of the rail is dimensioned at 4'6". There's a 6-inch curve down to the roadside. That makes the rail 4. And then you can see I've offset the top rails lower than the 4 feet. So I appreciate Stephanie's comments, but I think that it's going to feel just fine out there.
Thank you, Eric. Member Larson, do you have a motion maybe?
I'm ready for a motion, and I am really excited about this parklet idea in the districts. So in case 2022-005015 HDRB 72 West Mercy Street, I move to approve the application as submitted. Thanks.
Do I have a second?
Beach, I have a second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
No.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, board, very much. I'm sorry it wasn't unanimous, but I understand your concerns, Member Bienvenue.
Thank you, Eric.
Okay, bye-bye.
Next case, Daniel, is your 830 El Caminito applicant? Have they arrived yet?
I do see a phone number.
Annette, is that you on the phone? Can you? Is she muted?
I'm asking her to unmute and we'll see if she can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Okay.
Is this Annette Vigil?
Annette Vigil.
Okay, wonderful. We can start with the case. Please hang tight, Ms. Vigil. This is case 830 El Caminito. It's Daniel's case. Please present the case, Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Here is 830 El Caminito. The main building is a significant structure due to its unique form and significance in the district. Did I say significant? I meant to say significant. This is the tower-like structure, and it had a tower-like function at an earlier time. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the building behind it, which is the garage. If I go back to, or here you can see the site plan. This is the round tower form here you can see. And to the south is a garage. That's this garage. It maintains today its opening, but not the door. This is what it looks like now. It has other facades, of course. This is not a great picture of it. Here's a better one. This is the facade of the south with a canale, rounded parapets, and otherwise not so featureful. Built up against a wall here at the back. And here's the wall. Now we're standing on the north side. This is the building, and this is a fireplace that's been built up against it. The task is simply to designate primary facades for this structure, and I recommend the front facade. That's my report.
Thank you, Daniel. Ms. Vigil, do you have anything to add to Daniel's presentation?
I would like to.
Excuse me, Ms. Vigil, I need to swear you in.
Thank you, Melissa.
Okay.
You're welcome. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Hello? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Annette Vigil. My address is 23 Hakona Road, Hakona, New Mexico.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Vigil.
Yeah.
Please tell us what you'd like to add to Daniel's presentation.
We would like to keep the carport attached to the.
Ms. Vigil, we're not discussing the project. We're only discussing the status at this time.
Oh, okay.
The
Well,
board
then
cannot
I
consider
probably
the
don't.
changes that you plan to make on a status case. So please speak only to the issue of designation of primary facades.
Okay, the primary facade, I think, should be on the west face. Is that the face you were considering primary,
Yes.
Daniel?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we're in agreement.
Okay, wonderful. Board members, any questions for Daniel or Ms. Vigil? Seeing none, I will open to public comment. Members of the public wishing to speak? Seeing none, I will throw it back to the board for any other comments, discussions, or perhaps a motion. Member Beachside.
I'll make a motion in case number 2022-005058 HDRB at 830 El Caminito. I move to designate the west facade of the garage as contributing per staff's recommendation.
Do I have a second?
Yes, and I think we meant primary, correct?
All right, I don't even know what I said. Yeah, yes. Thank you.
I second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Wonderful. Thank you. We then move on to 160 Lorenzo Road, also Daniel's case. Daniel.
Just a moment. I want to make you dizzy with going through slides. 160 Lorenzo Road is only accessible via Cerro Gordo. I'm not sure if the board managed to view it. It's really tucked away. Here are a couple of pictures. This is a single-family residential structure constructed around 1960. It has the original footprint, but non-historic windows. It is constructed of adobe and has a torch-down roof. Other than that, it's a very simple structure with a fair amount of changes to the openings, windows, roof, and so on. The applicant is proposing an addition. Jay Shapiro, I think, is here. And he will talk us through it, but essentially he's going to add a little addition here on the front and on the rear, some portals, change windows, and so on. I'll hand it over to Jay. If it's there.
And Daniel, just to be clear, this is a non-contributing structure?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Shapiro, are you here?
Jay, can you unmute?
I see him on the panel.
Yeah, he's maybe needs a moment to get unmuted.
Mr. Shapiro, you need to unmute.
I pressed the ask to unmute button a few times.
I try and call him.
Please. Board members, this might be a good time to stretch.
Sorry about that.
There he is. Mr. Shapiro, you need to be sworn in. Melissa.
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Jay Shapiro, 90 Leaping Powder Road, Santa Fe, 87508.
Thank you.
Mr. Shapiro, what do you have to add to Daniel's presentation?
It's pretty simple, straightforward, non-obtrusive in my opinion. I'd just like to make the house a little bit more livable, to get a little more light in there, and keep the general nature of it. So I don't have anything more to add.
You want me to go through the report, Mr. Guida?
I think for the sake of clarity for both the public and the board, just to kind of identify where the changes are being proposed.
Okay, so the elements are raising the roof 1 foot, constructing an addition on the east elevation, that's here, 120 square feet, constructing a 96 square foot pergola, constructing another addition, this very small one here on the west elevation. It's 6 by 12 feet. Changing window openings, you can see here, as Mr. Shapiro is said he's going to trying to get some more light into the building. These will be sliding doors under the portal, and so changing window openings, replacing the windows. There'll be true divided lights with a dark natural stain. Constructing a pergola, 5 by 16 feet. Constructing a fireplace in the corner. You can see that over here. Adding French doors that I mentioned, also with a dark natural stain. Exterior lights are hammered sconces. Mr. Shapiro has a concept that he uses with other buildings. Essentially, it looks like this with these sconces and the buckskin color. Those are the main items.
And the window selection, what color, what type of
True
windows?
divided light windows with a dark natural stain.
Aluminum clad wood?
Yes, is that right, Jay? I think that's correct.
Yeah, it's a aluminum clad, but not too many companies make it. So I went to Sierra Pacific and I picked out like a mahogany color that they have as one of their standard colors. So it'll be a mahogany clad window to match the stain that I do put on the raw wood.
Got it. Member Beachhead.
Just a couple of questions. Just the details aren't very clear to me. Is there a transom proposed above the door on the south there, and maybe one other?
I believe that's the only one I did because I wanted to get a feeling of height. Right now, the ceilings in there are less than 8 feet. So that I wanted to reuse the same old door that's there, but I wanted to get some light rather than put a hole in the door. I just thought I could put a non-openable transom just to bring in light, like the old schoolhouses.
I see. Okay. And then is there a drawing of the pergola, or can you just describe what materials are being used for that?
I was going to use the latillas in 6 by 6s.
Great, thank you.
Be open, not totally covered. I mean, spaced latillas.
Right, got it, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? I will open it to public comment. Members of the public wishing to speak. We have somebody identified as Fushin. Apologize if I'm mispronouncing that. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes. You will
So
need to be,
this is actually
need to be
James
sworn in.
Oh, go ahead.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is James Bristol. I'm at 1245 Cerro Gordo. I'm right across the street from the property.
Thank you.
I just would like a little explanation as far as the drawings with regard to the roof line. I know the existing roof right now is at 8 feet, and it looks like from the drawings, there are lines that are at 12 feet and lines that say, I think 13 feet, 9 inches. And I know it's on quite a slope, the hillside. So I'd like to know exactly how the dimensions as far as the east side and the west side will be the heights of the ceiling. I'm sorry, the heights of the roof line.
Excellent question. Maybe
Yeah,
Daniel, you could initially explain about the topography of the site.
Jay, do you want to answer that?
No, I'll let you go with it unless you want me to.
I can't answer to the topography, but we did a height calculation and determined that the maximum is 13 feet 11 inches. That's the maximum allowable height. Given the location, we draw a circle of 300 feet in all directions and then look at all the buildings in that radius and then calculate an allowable height. That's 13 feet 11 inches. And that's the same height that he has opted to raise the roof to.
And which end of the building will that 13 foot and change be applied to? Or
it's this west elevation you can see here.
Mr. Shapiro, is that correct?
That's correct. The land falls off considerably from east to west, west being the lower end. So at no point will the building be over 1311 at the worst place, because the floor is level, but the finished grade falls off. And I'm not touching the finished grade. I'll leave the building just the way it is.
Yeah, and the way that we calculate it, actually, it's measured from the center, so he's well within his rights here.
Okay. Any other questions from the public? Back to the board. I will say, both for staff and Mr. Shapiro, I agree with Member Beachside. The drawings are a bit cryptic. It would be very helpful to have clearer drawings, and particularly in cases where we have hillside or sloping sites, to depict that accurately. Board members, is anyone ready to make a motion? Member Benvenu.
Okay, thank you. I will move in case 2022-005-008 HDRB 160 Lorenzo Road, that the project be approved as submitted for the reasons set forth in staff's report.
Do I have a second?
Larson will second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, Mr. Shapiro. Next case is also Daniel's. This is 702 Don Felix Street, West Side, Guadalupe Historic District. Daniel is your applicant. Judy Goldbogen. Apologize if I'm mispronouncing that. Are they present?
I haven't looked yet.
I do see a Judy. I'm going to move her over to panelist.
Thank you, Carly. Okay, Daniel.
Okay, so this is a contributing house, but we're not making any changes to the house in this proposal. It refers to a non-historic wall which was constructed by the current owner in around the year 2000. At that time, she had planned a gate, and the constructor of the gate eventually did not construct it and is no longer around. Since then, you can see there's been this wire gate in place for the last 20 years. Looks like this. The owner has now purchased an existing gate, which he proposes to mount into the opening. This is the gate. And this is a view from the inside of the property looking out to the street. So if you mirror it, then you'll get the street view. Here is the view. This gate comes approximately up to the same height as the wall and would be mounted in that opening. That is the proposal.
Daniel, how does the gate operate?
I believe it's a one piece and would swing inward, but I would ask for clarification from the owner.
Thank you. Ms. Goldbogen, are you ready to be sworn in?
I am.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Judy Goldbogen, 702 Don Felix.
Thank you.
What do you have to add to Daniel's presentation?
Not much. You asked about the way the proposed gate would open, and it will open to, as you're coming in, to the right.
Thank you. What is the finish on the gate?
It's a rustic finish with a somewhat of a green patina.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for Daniel or the applicant? Seeing none, I will ask the public if there are any comments. Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. Member Larson.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
In case 2022-005022 HDRB 702 Don Felix Street, I move to approve the application as submitted.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beechey?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, also Daniel, and maybe this is your last one for the night, 311 East Burger Street. Daniel, please tell us about this case and assure us that your applicant is present. Yes, I see them in the attendee list.
So 311 East Burger Street is in the Don Gaspar area. It is set back from the street. There's a driveway that goes to the rear. There's a very little visibility. This photo gives you an idea of it. You can see that it's in this rear portion back here. This is the site. I didn't prepare a presentation because I am received one from the applicant, and I believe that he will share it now. He's proposing a new 2,067 square foot single family home.
Okay.
And I am recommending approval of the project.
Okay. Mr. Dimitrov, are you ready to be sworn in?
Yes, I am, if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Tiho Dimitrov, and my address is 404 Abeta Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Mr. Dimitrov, will you be presenting?
Yes.
Okay, I think you're able to share your screen now.
Let me attempt to share my screen with you. Okay.
Okay, great.
Great. I will keep it brief. The site is on East Burgess Street, and it does not have street frontage except for the curb cut that leads to the vacant lot, which is about 100 feet set back from the street. And next slide. This is the picture to the right shows the curb cut leading towards the lot. It's essentially this is an ingress and egress easement that is available for the neighbor of the property to the north. And you see a view in this left picture of what the lot looks like. And these pictures are showing the land looking to the west and also looking to the east. And moving on to the site plan, again, East Burgess Street is down in this area. There's an existing residence that I should have included pictures of just for reference, but it's of territorial style. And this is the egress-ingress easement that is shared for the neighboring property to the north. And the proposed house is heated area is approximately 2,067 square feet. And we have 12-foot deep portal on the west side of the house and a 12-foot deep portal on the east side of the house, plus a single car carport at the east southeast portion. And the total footprint of the house, the roofed area, is 2,940 square feet, which is approximately 30% of the lot area, 33 to be exact. Move on to the floor plan. As I mentioned, single car carport. Let me back up a second. We are proposing to enclose the front yard of the house with up to a 6-foot high yard wall just along this eastern side of the house to provide some privacy from the egress and ingress shared easement. It's a two-bedroom house with a proposed exterior metal spiral stair that leads up to a small roof deck. And let me back to the site plan. So the spiral stair is kind of tucked away behind the house, so it would be possibly visible from the neighbor to the west.
2 minutes, Mr. Dimitrov.
Thank you. Let me move on to the exterior elevations. We are proposing a maximum height of 14'10", which is what was determined as the maximum allowable height, which is the highest mass, and that will be from either proposed or existing grade, whichever is most restrictive. There are the portals I mentioned earlier will have metal roofs, metal shed roofs, as well as also this little on the east facade of the building. There is a bay window-like structure with shed roof over it, and the carport is parapet walls. This elevation shows the proposed 6-foot high wall. And let me move on to the west facade, which shows the spiral stair. And along here, you see the north facade. The proposed materials are metal roof for the portals. The window color will be pellet putty, which is kind of like a sage green. Any exposed wood along the portals will be stained, and the stucco will have like a Steel Pueblo. I'm not sure whether it's going to be cementitious or still stucco yet, but and I apologize that we don't have proposed fixtures for exterior lighting selected. And I wanted to also add, lastly, that the color of the metal roof is an approximation, and I think it's going to be a standing seam metal roof, and I think that ends my presentation, and I'll open it to your comments. And
thank you, Mr. Dimitrov. How would you characterize the style of this house?
I would characterize it as a Pueblo style building predominantly, with the exception of the window patterns are somewhat of a prairie style.
Yeah, that's the curious point for me. Board members may have other comments. Member Benvenu.
Well, thank you. That's exactly my comment. I think it's a nice looking house, but with a huge glaring exception of the windows. I can't understand a Pueblo style house with literally prairie style window treatment. Do you want to address that?
Sure. That was actually a direction that the owner wanted to explore, and I'm sure that if it's a concern for compliance, that we could address that by switching to a more traditional.
Okay, it's a definite concern for me. I think that does not meet the requirement of being harmonious with, in general detail, with either existing historical buildings or our style ordinance. So I would appreciate a change to that, but otherwise I like the project.
Thank you. Yeah, and like I said, yeah, we're and I totally understand, and I'm sure that they'll be more than willing to adjust the window patterns.
Member Larson.
Thanks. Yeah, could you just explain? I see the kind of proposed standing seam metal. I don't know if I'd call them like a part of a roof. Are they more so an awning? And is it, you're proposing sort of a beige color of that? And is it going to be visible from the street view, would you say?
Are you referring to the metal roofs?
Are those for the Portal roofs?
Yeah, the Portal roofs are metal.
Yeah.
They're actually more of like a, and again, I have to apologize that, the sample that we got, it looks different in every screen, but it's called a light stone, which is kind of a gray, greenish color. But and to address your question, so the street is about 100 feet away from the building, and you might catch a glimpse of the east facing Portal a little bit.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm fine with them being, more of a green color. I thought, it kind of reads as a little bit of like an off-white. So thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Member Beachhead.
Yeah, I had a similar question about the color of those roofs, because they don't seem to reference any other part of the house. Is the intent that they match the stucco or the window treatments, or is it just a third color being introduced?
I believe the intent is that it's going to be a kind of a neutral color metal roof, and for lack of better description, is the predominant color that you will see on the building is the stucco and the window frames, which are that kind of sage green. So the metal roof will have less color, if you will, and it will just, the intent is that it disappears. So
Okay, that sounds good. And I had a question on the floor plan. It looks like the dining room windows are angled. Am I seeing that
You are seeing that correct. Yes, there's a slight angle to the dining room windows.
Can you just
yeah, and these are sliding patio doors.
So is it sort of a two patio doors that are at an angle, I guess, with a post in between? Is that right?
That's correct.
So that's a rather unusual. We don't usually see walls of that shape. I don't know. Maybe other board members will comment on that. Is there a philosophy behind that, or something I'm missing?
There's not really strong philosophy behind it, other than creating a little bit more space for the dining room, and maybe a little bit of interest from the exterior.
It seems to me a bit of prairie detailing that like the windows is a little bit.
That's true. Well pointed. Yes, and that's again the client's preference for style. I think he intends to have the interior of the house, have a stronger, presence of the prairie style.
As long as we're kind of talking about elements that might be not harmonious either with the standards or just with the design of and style of the house itself, I have a particular concern about the carport. And if we could look at the elevation, it's kind of bereft of detailing. It appears to be kind of incidental to the overall structure, which is defined by room block massing and metal roofed portals, both front and back. This floating parapet with a patio door at the end seems to be less artfully designed than the rest of the house, and it's a big concern of mine because it's the thing that literally will be seen more than anything else by the community and by neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any thoughts about how to make that more in keeping with the design?
I share your concerns, and I understand, and your point was well taken that it will be probably more visible than any of the rest of the house. I think maybe what's adding to the visual differences is this little bit of cantilever, which was an attempt to set back the posts to allow from, let me go back to the site plan, set back the post a little bit so that, because it's somewhat of a tight space to turn into.
Sure.
And I think maybe that's what's making the carport stand, a little, maybe for lack of better words, not as harmonious with the rest of the building. I'm open to your suggestions. So, we could we could eliminate that cantilever and just shorten it a bit and make it look a little bit more like a traditional carport, if you think that will help.
I'll leave that to further board discussion. If there are no more immediate questions from the board, I'll switch over to public comment. Members of the public wishing to speak? Ms. Benato.
Yes, Stephanie Benato, thank you. I am in agreement with the board members who have pointed out the inconsistency between the windows and the rest of the style. I do like the prairie style, but I don't know how it really blends well with the other elements in the house. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the board. Just a note, from my point of view, I think, whatever motion is made tonight, that I would advise, if approval, very clear direction on any changes that the board sees need to be made, and a process for making sure that those are made, and or excluding features that we think need further consideration, and perhaps return to the board for approval. Member Larson.
Yeah, I think I just want a couple of things clarified. The first being, if the windows were to be changed, I think, that would be I think we can all imagine what that would look like, but I think maybe we need to turn to staff maybe for administrative approval to, specify the number of divisions, if that goes back to staff. If we choose a traditional true divided light window. And the other is, I think it's a little bit tricky when, we are coming up with an alternative to the carport without seeing, a design. So I want to know sort of what the other board members think. If we can, just eliminate the cantilever and if that suffices, or if we need to perhaps see this later. What does everyone think?
Member Bender.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Well, I'll weigh in on that. Now that it's been pointed out by Chair Guida and Member Beach, the two issues on the carport and those odd windows, that facade that at an angle are very concerning to me as well. I don't know, I didn't pick up on that before. The angled windows, I think we could put as a condition that they be made flush with the wall rather than angled, but the carport strikes me as something that we can't really put conditions on, but would need to see revised plans and with the architect giving consideration to the concerns that the board has expressed and using his creativity to come up with the best solution to that and representing that to the board. So I think that where I would be at would be to postpone to a date certain for redesign of those elements.
Thank you. Member Beachhead.
Yeah, I agree. It's a little, I hate to ask the applicant to come back with revised designs, but I'm having trouble visualizing what this looks like with different windows. I think the carport should, it appears heavy to me in terms of the roof treatment. And I don't, not being an architect, I don't have any suggestions for that, but something that would visually be lighter or heavier in general. Maybe a garage is a better choice than a carport. I'm not sure, but yeah, I think revised drawings would be really helpful to clarify some of these issues.
And to the applicant, I would applaud the thoroughness of the drawings. I think they're very precise and very clear and very helpful, and so and very useful in kind of making these review comments tonight. And I would hope that the maker of the motion would be clear about if we are postponing to a date certain, do that. And I would want to make sure that the applicant has enough direction here. Just following on to Jennifer's comments, I think, possibly making that carport more in line with what's being proposed for the pergolas, if not a sloped roof, even with a flat roof, kind of matching that detailing of how those ceilings are constructed and how those porch columns come to the end of the building and so on and so forth. Is that enough discussion, board members, to make a motion?
I believe so.
Okay, John,
I'll make a motion.
Willing to make a motion?
Sure. I'll be. I won't be as specific as you were hoping for because I usually prefer to just refer to considerations, but let's see how it goes. So in case 2022-005021 HDRB 311 East Burger Street, move to postpone to a date certain to be provided by staff at the conclusion of the motion. For submittal of a redesign, taking into account the board's concerns, specifically with respect to altering the current prairie style windows to traditional divided light pattern, and removing the angled front windows on the east facade, and redesigning the carport into a carport that addresses the concerns as expressed by the board, and or including the possibility of replacing it with a garage.
Do we have a second?
Beachside seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
And staff, date certain would be when?
April 26th, Chair.
Thank you, Carly. Okay. Mr. Dimitrov, thank you. We're going to move on to the next case, 610 Galisteo Street. Angela, this is your case. Is your applicant here? I see a Catherine and a Kate, maybe. Okay. Angela, please give us your case report.
Chair, did I share my screen yet? I thought I did.
Not yet.
All right, here it comes.
There we go.
All right. Okay. Where'd that go? The case. Okay. 610 Galisteo Street is a contributing structure, couple structures in the downtown and east side historic district. It is, I'm sorry, yeah, no, it's my report said Don Gaspar, but it is the downtown. No, it isn't. It is the Don Gaspar. Sorry. It's getting late. There are 3 buildings, and the main unit is about 1,500 square feet. It's connected to Unit A, and then that's about 1,000 feet, and Unit B is detached. Other structure back here that is about 950 square feet. The main building and 2 units are old Spanish Pueblo style adobe single story with flat roofs and parapets. Like you saw, the main building has a small portal with these stuccoed columns, very deep set windows. It was constructed before 1912, and at some unknown historic date, an addition was added to the rear of the building. And the buildings have been remodeled per previous historic district review board cases in 2005, 2006, and 2011. So we are not talking about any of these existing buildings being altered. The applicant proposes to construct a freestanding 3-car garage back here. I just want to show you the site for more. This is in a very interesting site plan. So Galisteo is out there. This is how narrow it is, and you can bring vehicles back here. That's looking between the units A and B, and the carport is proposed for back there, behind there. The garage will be 720 square feet, and it will be about 18 feet, 11 inches from Unit B, so it's also close. It will match the existing style of the buildings. 11 feet high, meets the maximum allowable, it's well within that. The 3 garage doors will be steel with faux wood grain and a golden oak with an upper window pattern. The new building's north and south elevations will have a chutney aluminum clad core light window. Sorry, there's the elevation of the proposed garage. The stucco will match existing cementitious buckskin, and the garage is, like I said, located at the end of a long, narrow driveway. So no changes are proposed for the main building. And Kate should be here. She can talk about her design further. My recommendation is for approval because it meets the general design standards and the the Don Gaspar area historic district standards.
Thank you. Angela, can we have the applicant sworn in?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Catherine Fletcher Lariche. I live at 814 Camino Acoma, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking on this case?
No.
Okay. Catherine, please tell us what you have to add to Angela's presentation.
I think Angela presented very nicely. Thank you very much. It is very tight going down the driveway, and apparently they get back there with their big trucks. And, you know, the big issue is this is a part-time residence for these owners, and they would like to store a car here when they're away.
Okay. Board members, any questions for Angela or the applicant? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Could you tell us whether or not the corners are of the garage are intended to be rounded, bull-nosed?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Beachot.
Thank you. I appreciate that you can't see the garage from the street at all, it sounds like.
Yes.
But I am concerned about the faux wood metal doors. Was there any consideration of using just actual wood here?
Yes, but just in terms of durability and maintenance, we really wanted to rule that out. Another option that they were looking at is a painted finish, a painted metal finish. And if it's a painted finish, they would have it match that chutney window.
Mm-hmm. I suppose you can't see it. I mean, from the street, I guess it would look like wood.
Exactly. It's pretty far back and
yeah. Okay, thank you.
Be very difficult to see.
Catherine, these doors are set back in the way that the windows have a deep recess on the
yes,
on the
they
main,
will
on the
be.
residence.
Yeah, so the garage doors actually set inside the frame of the building.
Mm-hmm.
So because they roll up inside. So it does have that recess, even though it looks flat in an elevation, you're going to have the thickness of the walls and then the face of the garage door.
Okay, and Angela, maybe you could just show us the plan again. How deep is that recess for the door? About 6 inches?
It's going to be, yes, it is going to be about 6-7 inches.
Okay, thank you. Member Benvenu.
Thank you. For whatever it's worth, I'd just say you actually, having visited the site today, you actually can see it from the street. It's a narrow view, peekaboo view in realtor parlance, but it is visible, but it is down a long driveway and it is a sliver of a view.
I think it's a handsome garage. Members of the public wishing to speak. Stephanie Beninato.
Stephanie Beninato. I used to live at 604 Galisteo Street, and 604.5. And this has been a development. The problem is this was brought in the name of one owner, Rick Johnson, but it, excuse me, it's owned by a condo association. This is 610 Galisteo Condo Association, not a single owner. And one of the conditions of this condo association is that there has to be 6 parking spaces on that back part of the lot. So once you put that garage on, it's impossible to have 6 parking spaces and, you know, have the maneuverability that's needed there. And the part that is behind Unit B is open space. And that also is part of the conditions, and I believe is required by state law to have that kind of a, you know, percentage of open space. It's common open space to the west of Unit B. So I'm just raising these as real issues, legal issues in approving this garage, because it will no longer have 6 off-street back of the building parking spaces. Thank you. And parking is hugely problematic there. You can't park in Galisteo there, and West Santa Fe Avenue. They could get a permit, but it's really overparked as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Parking issue is largely beyond the purview of this board, but Catherine, do you have any feedback on that issue?
No, Stephanie is correct. And I really wish that I had a little more feedback when I went to a pre-zoning application. Yeah, I don't know how, you know, I have to talk to them.
Okay.
You know, it's going to be tough. I mean, that's really the, you know, the permit office has to guide me on that.
True, and if it's a condition of the homeowners association or the condo agreement,
Yes,
that would factor into.
yeah, and I'll have to look at that.
Okay. Board members. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guido. I'll make a motion just because I think that, again, that is not within our jurisdiction. So we're just approving it as applied to us pursuant to the historic ordinance. And then if it doesn't receive other approval, that's something for the applicant to address. So in case 2022-005032 HDRB 610 Galisteo Street, move to approve the application as submitted with the added condition that the corners be rounded at least to the radius of Unit B.
Larson seconds.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Beechife?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you.
Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Okay, final case of the night, board. Very well done. This is 118 and 120 West Berger Street. This is Angela's case.
Thank you, Chair. Are you still seeing my screen?
We are.
Excellent. This project at 118, 120 West Berger Street came to you before for a status and primary facade designation in a previous case. September, the board reconfirmed its non-contributing status, designated the south facade of the original 1950s building contributing. It's about a 3,300 square foot duplex Pueblo revival structure in the Don Gaspar Historic District. There's 4 apartments in there. The original portion was built in the 50s and the second duplex was added in the 80s. The joined buildings form an L with the older section situated at the rear facing this street. That is the facade that the board designated contributing. The front, actually, we've gone a long night, and the applicant, I think I'd like to just briefly summarize this project and let him get in and describe it in more detail.
Thank
The
you.
applicant, sorry? We good with that? Okay.
Yes, thank you, Angela.
Sure. So here's another photo of it. These are the story poles. He's proposing a, it's pretty much an overhaul, retaining this facade and demolishing this portion. And let me show you the site plan. So this is looking at a Westburger. North is at the top. This is the existing where the contributing facade is. The rest of the buildings are non-contributing. Currently, it's a walkway that leads up to these. It was a duplex. The applicant's proposing to add a garage at this front. He's reconfiguring the interior, adding a portal that's of the Pueblo Revival style, with parapets. And I'm going to show you. Actually, what I'm going to do is just go back to my staff report and make sure I cover the main things. So there's our additions on the western end of the north elevation. So like I said, this remodeled portion is going to replace most of the existing building, the bulk of it. The new square footage will be 3,700 square feet. Again, the architectural style will be Spanish Pueblo Revival with wall-dominated massing, flat roof with parapets. And there'll be some stepped parapets. Top of the parapet will be 6 inches lower than the top of the parapet of the 1950s contributing facade. This is the existing. And this is with the, excuse me, let me get back to, where's my, I'll just stay right there. Some of the other changes include removing a section of the side coyote fencing, replacing with the 5 feet high stucco yard wall within allowable height. Add a new, in the front, add a new stucco yard wall. Where are we going? The proposed north elevation. Okay, so this is the proposed with the garage. There'll be a new entry mask, and this stucco wall is interior. It's at 4 feet, actually maybe 5 feet. So at the street, there will be a new vehicular gate to match the height of the existing wall. This is the color scheme. El Rey, cementitious, adobe, Mediterranean, clad wood windows and doors, some river wood, wood stain, and some other wood stain on the new construction, which is wood ridge. Garage door will be a cedar veneer, and some of the brick pavers will look like this. So the applicant is Tom Lechner, and hopefully.
Before we get to Tom, Member Beachhead, did you have a question for Angela?
Yes, thank you. Could I just clarify the terminology that we're using on this case? Is this a non-contributing building?
Yes.
And when you refer to the contributing facade, what do we mean? That's not a primary facade on a contributing building?
That's correct, it's not. The board designated.
I never heard of this before. I know I was at this hearing, but I'm totally confused by its reference as a contributing facade.
Yeah, and you read the meeting notes. It's a contributing facade. It's not designated primary because the building is designated non-contributing. And the board felt that this facade of this 1950s, has maintained its historic integrity with its original style windows, the materials themselves. It's a unique duplex configuration with the double posts in the center of that portal.
But for purpose of applying the code, we consider this to be non-contributing.
The building, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. I'm not sure I agree with that completely because at least the draft findings and conclusions that I reviewed, I just looked at them. I don't know if they were changed or not, but the board action was to designate the 1950s southern portion of the building as contributing and the north elevation of the southern portion as primary. So I do think there is a contributing feature or part of this building in addition to a primary facade.
There's a discrepancy in the minutes that the meeting minutes said that just that facade was contributing, but I'm going to defer to Carly on this as well because it's a unique situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the minutes wouldn't control, it would be the findings, conclusions that were adopted. And I do believe that they state part of it is contributing and part of that is primary.
Carly, any insights on this and in particular, you know, any implications for deciding this case tonight?
More complicated. Thank you, Chair. Angela, do you have the date that this was originally heard, the status case, and I'll double check what the board voted on and approved.
It was
September 28th.
September 28th, case number 2020 004181.
It will take me a moment to pull them up.
Shall we hear from the applicant while you're looking that up?
Well, actually, I found them in my database. And the conclusions of law where the board designates the northern 1980s portion of the building non-contributing and the 1950s southern portion of the building contributing.
And is there a facade designation in there?
The board designates the following elevations of the structure as the primary facade, the north elevation of the southern portion of the building.
Okay.
Right. 19. Okay.
So it's as we suspected, the 1950s portion of the building is contributing with the north facade as primary. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Follow-up question, implications for, and this is a question for Angela. If that's the case, we have a primary facade. Are there any implications in this case for what's being proposed?
Yes.
And they are?
Well, if the proposal, which it is currently to demolish that structure, the 1950s portion, except for that north elevation, which has subsequently been designated a primary facade, then they would be looking to demolish part of a contributing building.
And an exception would be required?
And an exception would be required. And demolition criteria must be met.
Correct. Member Beachhead.
Right. I'm also wondering how the 50% rule with respect to an addition overwhelming the contributing building is applied in a case where this new portion was being demolished and replaced with a equally large new structure. I mean, it's confusing to me that the way we decided this in the first place, because I do think that what's there now renders the entire structure non-contributing. Of course, that's not what we decided, but I think that its replacement would have no effect on wouldn't result in it becoming contributing and probably should. Well, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but it just sort of it's the same thing happening again, that, in my opinion, rendered the contributing facade non-contributing. It overwhelms the original structure. But my question is, how do we apply that rule if it's contributing?
I'll answer that, Angela. Thank you, Chair, Member Beachite. It would be another exception too.
Member Larson, you had a comment?
Yeah, yeah, I think that at the time when this was presented, you know, I felt, you know, pretty strongly that there is a lot of integrity in this portion of the building. And I think it's a little bit difficult to, you know, to make those calls when, you know, you're not really sure what's going to be proposed in the future. You're just going off of what is there, you know, presently. And, you know, I do think there is something to be said about, you know, still it's, you know, the contributing element of that facade, you know, and, you know, also the large addition on the front, you know, sort of overwhelming it. I'm a little bit confused, I guess, at the moment, you know, as to what direction we would take. Because I agree. I think, you know, there almost is no like positive outcome that could occur, at least from what I see in the proposed design. So I don't know if this needs to be reviewed again for if we need to reconsider the status or something.
Yeah, I would think that this case would need to go back and at least be postponed until after the applicant could work with staff to run through these issues now that they've been clarified. If the board is in agreement that we're not hearing the case tonight, I would like to hear not a design presentation, but just be able to swear in the applicant and just make sure that this direction is clear with the applicant. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can we have the applicant sworn in, please?
This is John Pound. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, John.
Hi, how are you?
You'll have to be sworn in.
All right.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
John Pound and Mary Ann Pound. Well, I only swear myself, not my wife. 2302 Calle Halcon, Santa Fe.
Thank you.
Wise move, John.
Yes.
So in light of this discussion, would you be willing to go back and work with staff to kind of figure out the implications of the issues now that the determination of contributing with the primary facade on the north has been clarified based on findings of fact and conclusions of law?
Well, I'm always willing to work with people. I'll just say, to be honest with you, as I just swore I would be, I'm at least as confused as all of you are. The message I'm getting here is that the north-facing facade is contributing and must be maintained. And this design that Tom Lechner creatively came up with maintains that. It honors that. And our proposal is to get rid of what I mean, I'm the owner, so I can say this. You're all too tasteful to say it, but I'm sure you'll agree with me. It's a pretty ugly place, and we're kind of embarrassed by it, given the improvements, aesthetic improvements in the rest of the neighborhood. What we want to do is to preserve the part that's been said to be contributing, as I understand it, improve that as well. I mean, put new stucco on it, make it look nicer, and then have a much better place filling the non-contributing portion of the property. And what I'm interpreting here, what I'm hearing is we just can't do it. We've got to stick to this number 7 or L-shaped concept, which is very difficult to do, to have a house that's sizable enough to house us. And frankly, it strikes me as a triumph of honoring the past at the sacrifice of improving the neighborhood. I mean, I'm happy to work with people, but I'm not sure that we're clever enough to come up with a design that can improve that property. And I'm afraid that in the end, it's just going to stay the same ugly place it is. I'm just being blunt, and I'm being blunt about my own property. I'm embarrassed by the property. I want to improve it, and I'm not sure we can find a way to do it.
Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. And thank you, John, for your comments. Just to clarify where I think we're at, we're not at all, I don't think anyone has expressed any view on the proposal itself, either in favor or against, certainly not against. It's more of a technical issue that we're facing, which is that staff is staff was under the impression, I believe, coming in tonight that there was no designation of any portion of this building as contributing, but rather as just a portion as primary, which is an anomaly, of course. We've now clarified that actually there is a large part of this building that is contributing. That in and of itself doesn't mean that changes can't be made, but it does mean that exceptions need to be requested and standards for demolition need to be met. So it's just a technical issue of that the information hasn't been presented tonight in the application that would allow the board to determine whether the exception criteria have been met and the demolition criteria have been met. And that's what we would be sending it back for.
Yeah, all right. I hear it, but I don't understand it, John.
Well.
We'll look into this and just make a determination whether, frankly, whether it's worth it. It's confusing to me. And I'll just
I'll have to
study it a bit.
Yeah, just to add to the clarification, it's not a question of whether or not this proposal needs to change in any way whatsoever, or that the board is in any way deciding that it can't be approved. It's just that it needs to jump through a different set of hoops in order to make a record that the criteria have been met. That's all.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, no, it's not his job.
I think that's right. And there may even be design options that are out there that retain the contributing portion of the building. If there's a higher burden to justify removal of the contributing portion of the building, there may be options for switching out that bedroom number 2 suite to the current location of that leftmost unit in the photo. Those may be things that can be done. May just be a courtyard strategy instead of a backyard strategy. Member Beachhead.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify my comments that in my opinion, this is not reality, but in my opinion, this property has lost its ability to contribute to the streetscape by the 1980s edition that's there now. And I think your proposal makes this a much more hands-on property and doesn't change the fact that there's something large constructed in front of a small building that would have otherwise remained contributing, in my opinion. I think your proposal is quirky and a little clever. Like I like the fact that you've sort of kept it as part of the landscaping, and we don't see that very often. So I don't have any problem with the actual proposal at all. But it's as John said, that exceptions need to be answered and granted in order to do what you want to do.
Right. Well, I understand in a general sense. I mean, I'll need to go to people with more expertise than I have to find out what those exceptions will be. And we'll do that. I mean, listen, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just, I'm sure you can feel some frustration here, but it's not your fault.
You do have a clever designer.
I'll say we got the best.
Attorney Rubaiyat.
Yeah, I think also that when this goes on the agenda, you know, if we're going to postpone this for a date certain, the agenda needs to inform the public that this is in fact a contributing building. Where the work is being done on a contributing building, and this agenda item reads that this is a non-contributing building. So I don't think the public, you know, this meets the Open Meetings Act, because we're not really informing the public what's going to happen here. And then also, if the applicants are seeking an exception, I'm not saying that an exception can't be granted. I think that also has to be in the agenda. Correct me if I'm wrong, Carly, but I think where they're proposing an exception, that has to be on the agenda as well. So I think the agenda item will have to be revised.
That is correct. And most of the requirements, the hoops that have to be jumped through at this point are just in order, or mostly in order for the public to know that there are exceptions. Those have to be noticed in an agenda, the historic status, and a number of other little things that change with this piece of information.
Okay, good. Any public comment before we go to a motion? Stephanie.
And you are unmuted.
Unmuted? Oh, okay, thank you. Stephanie Benanato. Yeah, I'm glad that you're postponing it. Whether it's an improvement or not, the current design, it would overwhelm it has been designated by the board as a primary facade, and there are certain, you know, rules about that and obscuring it. And again, the design, the new design would have to meet that. I think, yeah, so I guess that's what I would say. And I guess I guess you could allow exceptions for over 50% of an addition if the demolition was allowed, certainly. So I think that there's a lot that could be done, but the whole way it is being now proposed, I really think overwhelms what is designated as a primary facade and should be preserved. Thank you.
Stephanie. Okay, board members, can I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Before I make the motion, I'd like to ask Carly, when could this be heard again, given the noticing requirements?
Thank you, Member Bienvenu. It cannot be a date certain. It has to be at least the 10th, and I think the 10th is likely the soonest it can be heard, due to the longer requirement for the demolition request in the code.
So should a motion state that date, or should it be left open-ended?
It can state that date, and if for whatever reason the applicant is not ready, then it's okay to go beyond that. But
okay,
I would state the 10th.
That's the 10th of what?
May.
Okay. All right. In case number 2022.
Sorry, John, I don't mean to.
Oh, sorry. No, go ahead, Jennifer.
I have a question about this procedure, because I think that this case was improperly noticed. Shouldn't it just be pulled from the agenda? Do we need to make a motion?
Typically, if something's improperly noticed, it can be, we have postponed ones that are improperly noticed.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, and then in case number 2022-004858 HDRB 118 to 120 West Burger Street, I move that this case be postponed to May 10th for renoticing and modification of the application to address those concerns.
Is there a second?
Bisha seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pound, good luck with your project. We'll see you again. That was our final case. Any staff, any further discussion items?
No, Chair.
Okay. Board members, any matters from the board? All right, I thank all of you. Oh, Member Beachside.
I move to adjourn.
Oh, wonderful. Second? Do I have a second?
Larson seconds.
Thank you. Roll call vote for adjourning.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue. You're muted.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. And Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, we are adjourned at 10:21 p.m. Board members, I thank you, and staff, and Attorney Ruby and Melissa, I thank you all for your stamina tonight. We got through 15 cases in 5 hours, so not bad.
Thanks for your help.
Well done, Anthony. Thank you.
Okay, have a good night.
All right.
Good, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Good night.